Hello, hello. Game? Game? Are we game? There it is. Sorry, I took a little long in the shower. I started applying the shampoo and just sort of scritching my scalp, and I just kind of got lost in it for a while. I didn't sleep much last night, and not that I guess maybe that explains it a little, but I don't know. I was just in the shower. It's like it feels nice to get your head scritched, you know? I feel like it's kind of fucked up that in a world where we humans are perfectly positioned to give scritches, right? That's sort of like the thing that we do. You have a pet, you go like, and they love it. They love it because, of course, they do. Because every living thing loves to be scritched. There's just something nice about it. And humans are the prime scritch giving creature on this planet. I think it's kind of fucked up that in a world like this, out of all the household animals, the one that gets scritched the least is the human, right? Because you have humans, which like to be scritched, living with humans who love to scritch. Feels like you could do a circle scritch very easily, and in fact, you know, like you've heard of massage trains. Do you not scritch your head in the shower every day? Yeah, but that's like business versus pleasure, you know? Yeah. I don't actually, but there's people that drive to work every day. But if you're a car enthusiast, that's not really, scratching your itch, as a way to put it. If you like driving, I'm into the auto scratching. Whoa, you're gonna just admit to that in the middle? You're gonna go blind if you do that too much. Oh man, I'm a little chaotic today, and I feel like I've got a hair or an eyelash or something. That's fine. Um, I don't know about the other people touching me angle. Well, your mileage may vary. You scritch on your head. The hair there keeps the hair from growing on your palm. Ah! Oh, fuck. One of the things that bothers me, triggers me the most is hair growing in the wrong places. Hello, Rune. One of the things that triggers me the most is hair growing the wrong places. By which I mean, like, hair growing in, like, the palms of the hand. Ooh, there's no pores there. It's not supposed to grow there. Ew. I'm like, hair that's like, there's people that have like eyelashes that grow like inward on the inner side of the eyelid instead of the outside. And that just has to be the most uncomfortable. The most uncomfortable. Even just thinking about it. Even just thinking about it. No, that's setting me off in the worst possible ways. How are they so sweaty? That is true. That is valid. How does it happen? Are there pores in the hand? I feel like there can't be, because the pores in the skin are very obviously visible. Or are they just visible because we have hair? If we have no hair, are the pores invisible? You've got me philosophizing now. First thing in the frickin' morning, I was about to say. We're well and truly into the evening. They're not visible all the time. On my nose. Yeah, because your nose is right here and your eyes are right here. Duh. What else is going on right now? Oh, I'm like a little nervous because tomorrow morning my apartment manager needs to come into my unit. I mean, they're coming into all the units. I think they're like checking the smoke detector batteries or something like that. And they're gonna be coming into the unit, and my apartment's not messy, okay? My apartment is actually, I would say, the best that I've been in since I've started living by, like, without parental supervision. God knows it's cleaner than my college dorm room or my apartment that I had after college. And I would say it's on the level of, or even cleaner than when I was living with my ex. So actually, like, but there's something about, you know, like my manager, the person I pay rent to, coming into my unit. That kind of, you know, there's nothing too messy about it. I have like a stack of One Piece cards over here. That's a little messy. I blocked a potential corner hit. Nah, I don't think it was. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I've got a pizza box on the floor next to the door because I gotta go throw it out, and I'm gonna do that today. And the spices in my kitchen aren't, I don't have like a spice rack. I just have like spice bottles just sort of there. That's not, go do it right now. I'm not gonna go fucking do it right now. I already delayed stream because I was in the shower. The spice must flow. It does. I say spices plural. I have black pepper, paprika, and one other thing that I forget what it is. I need to get more spices. He showers? I know, I'm sorry. I know, no, you're very right. I'm supposed to be a gamer. I've failed you. Let me go get my ukulele. I gotta apologize. Corner hit. Imagine being clean. Could never be me. I shower, but I can never be clean. I've committed too many atrocities. The horrors are too fresh in my mind. Anyway, let us continue with day 2 of the flashback case. I haven't washed my hands since last year. You're so funny. Wait, it's not January 1st? What the fuck? Legal consultancy. Oh, wait, this is still a flashback. This is before we set up. I was like, holy. Yeah. We made it back in one piece. Just. To be perfectly honest, I thought we were finished there for a while. Let me do a bit of a refresher on the case, because I was a sleepy boy. Oh, right. Our man, having freshly been declared innocent of one crime, was arrested on suspicion of murdering this guy, who is in fact not dead. He was passed out for a while, poisoned somehow. And the better Shakespeare. You know what? I don't particularly care about that. I don't particularly care to refute that statement. Looks like a queer baiter. Oh man. But yeah, we found out that he had been using these bars of soap with coin indentations in them to make ice coins to feed into his gas coin meter, so he could get free gas into his unit, which introduced the idea that some of the tea, because the current idea is that this guy brought poisoned tea to him and that he drank it and he got poisoned, but he wasn't, he drank it and got poisoned, but it wasn't enough to kill him. He was feeding water to it? Well, yeah, he was putting, because the way that it works is it just detects coin-shaped things. So if you make little ice coins by pouring water into this soap thing and then just letting it freeze, you can just put a ice. It's all it works is like it just detects a coin-shaped thing over here and it just deposits the coin in this thing here. So you just put a hole in the bottom so the water would drain out when the ice melted. And that was it. That was his big strategy to get free gas. But he didn't use water, he used some of the tea. So now that we have some of the tea, today the police is going to investigate whether the tea was poisoned. And that's where we're at right now. Five had played, not gonna lie, he's kind of smart with it. Honestly, he was throwing some bars around. He can kind of like, you know, he can kind of spit it for sure. Oh, I know. What a lot of close shaves. Speaking of, I gotta shave. So many carriages on the streets of London. Very nearly flattened several times. Damn. Very nearly getting killed on the streets of London. So it hasn't changed at all, London, from what I hear then. Marvelous defense, Naruhodo-san. It really was. I was in awe of you. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I'm so sorry. I should do a stream where I just beat the fuck out of the microphone. Should just do a stream where I'm just like... Now that your fervent exploits have won us some more precious investigation time, let's see if we can't find some new clues for court tomorrow. Let's go find us some clues. Still can't quite believe it. I'm here in England working as a lawyer. I suppose this is our third ever case, presumably. So yeah, it wouldn't have settled in quite yet. Corner hit. Dude, the corner hits are coming in thick and fast today. Shouldn't be me. Should be him standing in my shoes. Yes, well, he is with you. Thick and fast. Yeah. Wait, there's a... Again, monkey typewriter situation. There's a clip. There's a relevant clip, I believe. I'll find it. Don't you worry, I'll find it. Why do I have so many clips? Oh my god, why am I so fucking funny? Oh, there it is. It's truly monkey typewriter at this point. Everything I say has been referenced by me in the past. I'm like The Simpsons to myself. Yeah. Never had the chance to ask him directly why, but he clearly had a plan. Right, we are reliving this case because something about it made her dad really freak out. And we're trying to figure out what. You're doing wonderfully, Naruhodo-san. Yeah, I am. I have no doubt Kazuma-sama would say exactly the same if he were here with us. Aw. She has such a warm smile. It's rare, but it's so kind and so warm. It's crazy how much they do with so little expression. She just smiles a little, eyes are slightly closed, head slightly tilted. Immediately, it's like, that's going deep into the emotional core. She's smiling from the soul. Converse, but what's next? Kazuma's wishes. Do we need to talk about that? Maybe we should, right? Maybe we should. Turned up in court and took the stand. Yeah. He's actually a barefaced gas thief. I know he's gonna be in trouble for that, presumably. Careful your phrasing. He didn't poison the tea. Oh, Shamspear. Wasn't the noble, upstanding man everyone thought he was at first. I don't think we were ever under the impression he was a noble, upstanding man. He'd be returning to the hospital ward where he was receiving treatment. It's gonna be the same hospital. St. Bartholomew's, yeah. It's where everyone goes. Oh! Green. Yeah, I forgot that Miss Olive Green, the victim of the previous case, whom they thought Sasaki had stabbed in the back, was also the same hospital. And I'm assuming she's going to have some role to play in all this. He's the culprit. No, I mean, 99 to 100% sure the poison was the gas in some way, or carbon monoxide in some way. And I have to wonder, like, this is either going to be, there's no real culprit, there was just a gas leak, and, you know, people were not getting enough oxygen, passing out, hallucinating, having nightmares, etc., etc. Or, this man right here, a drone B meterman, who works for Ultimate Gas and whose salary is getting cut because of all the gas stealing that this guy is doing. Like, he doesn't have any proof that this guy's stealing gas. He doesn't have any proof that this guy is stealing gas. But he might have thought to just kill him to remove the problem entirely. Carbon trioxide? Surely that's not possible. CO3? Maybe it is. No. No. Carbon has 4 valence electrons. Well, I mean, carbon has 4 potential bonds that it can make. Oxygen has 2. Maybe. In a fucked up way, maybe. Could it work? Now you've got me questioning shit, man. Find a clue at the scene. Let's go to Shakespeare's room, yeah. Where the soap and etc. were at. I don't want to say it because I feel like I'm gonna jinx it. Stream has been really good lately. We haven't had any drops in connection, any drops in bitrate for like almost a month. 1 string of 3 oxygen and 3 free electrons. That is probably about the most inefficient way to do it. But maybe. Yeah. Yeah. Now we're just going back. Dude, honestly, he kind of was peak, this guy. I didn't appreciate him while he was here. This is fucking crazy because this is like the same video that always happens. Are you sure you're not imagining these corner hits? You can fit inside my trunk. If you curl up small enough, I'm sure no one will know. Quick, Ryunosuke. Quick, Ryunosuke, do not... No time for questions. Crawl into my ass. It's been on my mind ever since we got through that trial. You really ought to go into law. Be a defense lawyer. He really just decided my career for me. Never even thought about becoming a lawyer. We're getting... Oh my god, it's 4/13 today? Fuck. It's Homestuck Day. Oh, those numbers. Oh, those fucking numbers. Can't hurt for you to see it with your own eyes. One month since I beat Silksong with 100%. It's also 1 week out from 420. What should I do for 420? Presumably by that point, I'm assuming I'm gonna finish this. I'm assuming I'm gonna finish this by the weekend. The weekend we can do a big push and finish this for sure. Fingers crossed. Both fingers crossed. Get high on stream. That's my thinking. And since we're supposed to be playing Dark Souls for the first time anyway, what if I just made it like Dank Souls or something like that? Just get high and play Dark Souls. Day 69 though. We'll try. I don't know if we can physically make it that way. 69, because it would have to be... There's not 9 days in between now and the weekend. That's the problem. And it's day 60 today. On day what? No, never mind. And then he went and fucking died in the most L way possible. I could do... No, but is it day? Fuck, it's day 60. I was gonna say, if it was just like stream number 60, I could just do more than 1 stream a day. Change the Japanese judicial system for the better. That was his dream. This true intentions lay elsewhere sometimes. He kept talking about his mysterious mission he's really gotta do. No two ways about it. I really gotta do this mission. Listen to me, Ryunosuke. I really have a mission that I really have to do. I can't tell you about it. Maybe you can do it too. I need your help. It's a favor. I can't tell you what it is. Kazuma's true intentions. What are your intentions with my Ryunosuke? I mean this. Never expected to inherit this sword after Kazuma passed away, of course. When I have it at my side in court, I feel as though it gives me courage. The night before he died, he told me a little about the sword. Oh, Lordump. Wait. We already saw this. The sword looks oddly bent in the 3D model. Is it just me? Yeah. Prized sword. Japanese man's sword is his soul, Ryunosuke. Can't be parted from my katana. And this katana pushes its wielder to split evil apart or lies apart or whatever, was it? Guides me. I truly believe that. Yeah. Its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two, yeah. On that subject, something very important I have to do in Great Britain. Yeah. Was he sent as like a Black Ops dude? Was he there to like assassinate some evil guy? Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you. I would not let you down. Something very important I have to do. Not found a single clue. Well, is there anything I can present? Nothing important. Can I examine the step ladder, please? They didn't fix this? Holy shit, 0 out of 10 IGN, by the way. 0 out of 10 IGN. He was sent to Smooch Van Zeeks. Yeah. Shall we go and say hello to Mr. Sholmes and Iris? No. Let's go to the hospital. Rant. Antibiotics weren't discovered yet, right? This is like 1902 right now. Fucking wild in there. Some sort of disturbance in the hospital. Wow. Be not hungry, O sample lady. Verily thou art mistaken. Mistaken my foot. You were looking. You were looking at my painting. The eye of man hath not heard. The ear of man hath not seen. 'Twas foul indeed, the poison that mustached villain gaveth me. Forgive me, lady. Wish you died from that poison. God of mercy, ample lady, but thou seest I have vigor still. Behold my Shakespeare dance. What the fuck are... yeah. The fuck are you two talking about? Ah, lo, 'tis the lawyer from the land whence rises the sun. How now? What happened in the previous case again? The olive one? She was walking down the street and she was stabbed. And we found out that it was because the owners of the building were having a fight, threw a book, she bent over to pick up the book, and then threw a knife, hit the window, and fell straight down into her back. And then the policeman that found it moved her to the other side of the road so he wouldn't have to deal with it because it was someone else's turf on the other side of the road. And that's why it was so fucking hard to see what the hell had happened. What are you doing here, Mr. Shakespeare? Mary, I do believe I am returned unto another ward. Just looking, that's what he was doing. Looking at my terrible work. This one has a lot of issues with confidence. Eastern fellow, so darkly clad. Faith, thy work in court this morning was wonderful. I do applaud thee. I exposed you as a gas thief, though, yeah. But that doesn't mean things will go so wonderfully for you tomorrow, does it? He's not speaking in iambic pentameter or whatever the hell he was speaking in before. He's kind of built. Damn, he's kind of got a steel grip. He went like this, and he went like, Rick, and just straightened it out. God dang, this man. Anon exeunt. What the fuck does that mean? I think he's leaving. Definitely a lot more to it than that. I still feel like we need to come across like a Moriarty. There's gotta be a Moriarty. If there's a Moriarty analog. If there's a Sherlock Holmes analog. Analog? Yeah, I think analog works. Such an awful person. Oh yes, I mean, don't worry about me. They're about to discharge me, so must get ready to leave now. That's fine. That's good. That's good. You'll be fine to go. Oh dear, you're too kind. I don't deserve it. What's with the key around our neck? Also, what's with the rat? Rat. Mouse? That's a fucking rat. Vermin in a hospital. Doesn't seem the best. Looks like a very healthy specimen, doesn't it? Very plump. Honestly, if a hospital has healthy rats, that's probably not so bad. Accidentally threw a knife out the window. She did not throw that shit accidentally. She threw that shit on purpose. It hit her accidentally. But that knife was thrown with intent. Would have been brought directly here after she was found stabbed on the pavement. Someone must have bought the belongings. Sun and Moon wife. The Sun and Moon wife? This MFer does look like a moon. Did she look like a sun? I don't remember. Change of clothes, no down. And no, Mr. Naruto, you must never scrutinize a young maiden's purse. I didn't open it. Out of chocolates, biscuits, or caramel. You want to raid her fit? Also, we cannot look at the art. At her bad, terrible art. You feeling more like yourself today, Miss Green? I am. Thank you. I mean, people do recover from ordeals like this, don't they? Even people like me. As far as I was concerned, I was just walking along in the snow one evening, minding my own business. Completely out of the blue, I was struck in the back with a knife, collapsed unconscious for days. Because when I finally woke up again yesterday, the whole business had been cleared up already. Oh, no, I'm sure I'm very lucky, really. I look back on this fondly. You know, maybe she's not depressed. She might actually have a very healthy outlook on life. Although she does say, like, I'm so sorry, I'm a disappointment, I should disappear, which is not great. I must be getting my things together now, so I'm ready to be discharged. She looks like the Olive Pokemon. Smoliv? Local girl failure. Yes. Oh my god. Local girl failure. She looks like Smoliv. Like down to the weird little like leaf-like nub on top. Pokemon Company stealing Ace Attorney's lunch. Shamspier's room, which is where we're meant to go. There's Briar Road, Gyarados' room, and prison. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go say hi to Shrooms and Iris. I'll feel bad otherwise. Oh, Runo and Susie. Hooray! Hooray! Yippee! You're back. Oh my god. Her little writing stool almost says trans rights. Fine spirits as always, I see. I am. You look as immaculately presented as ever, Susie. This 10-year-old girl is better at social interactions than I am. This is making me sad. You couldn't have come at a better time. Just made a pot of tea. I have no accent today. Well, you couldn't have come at a better time. I've just made a pot of tea. I'll sip some cups. My god, the accent is gone. Where did it go? The problem is when I start thinking about it, it disappears even more. Foul smell? That'd be me. Mr. Sholmes. Aha, the Wanderers return at last. Where on earth have the pair of you been? Oh, for Mr. Mustache's case? That was today, wasn't it? It was today, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Sholmes. Sure you think you did. Well, we can laugh about it now. Oh, tell me, how'd the trial go? Managed to escape without a guilty verdict. It's a 2-day trial for the first time. I must pass the time of day with Mr. Reaper again. It's been too long. Yeah, you know him? Naturally. Not a person in the world that doesn't know my name, Mr. Naruto. What is that foul smell? Oh, indeed, that's the scent of victory, my dear fellows. Victory in science. What's victory in science, and why does it smell like that? But first tell me about the local twink on twink romance that's on everyone's lips. Yes. It's an interesting sobriquet he has, isn't it? The Reaper of the Bailey. Once the legendary prosecutor has fought for someone's conviction, that person is doomed, even if he or she is found not guilty by the courts. Sooner or later, the hapless soul will vanish from the capital. Falling under a passing carriage, or drowning in the Thames. Or succumbing to a sudden fever, or quite out of the blue, being set upon by highwaymen. There are numerous routes to one's final terminus, my dear fellow. Well, on the bright side, Mr. Mustache is fighting fit, for the time being at least. Welcome back. Those acquitted are killed by Lord Van Zeeks. Large container, and you didn't give me any. You didn't pay the streamer tax. Why? Naturally, the man very quickly came under such suspicion. However, whenever these incidents occurred, the Reaper had always had a cast iron alibi. I don't just... Damn. I was hoping there would be like a relevant quote that would pop up for this. Never to appear as a prosecutor again. That is, until you arrived in the country, Mr. Naruto. And now I can't shake him, dude. He's like a gnat. With the Reaper's resurrection, and did end bitterly indeed, yeah. With, what's-his-face, Mr. McGilded dying in the carriage. But we know that wasn't Lord Van Zeeks. Here you are, facing Mr. Reaper again. Poor Runo. To have you just incredibly unlucky. Or incredibly unlikable. Of all Japanese people, yeah, why does he hate them? Japanese people. Let's talk about Japanese people. You know what? Yeah, let's actually talk about... Let's follow the train of thought. Being Japanese, as well as Miss Susato and myself, felt it even more keenly in court today. For some reason, Lord Van Zeek seems to have an inherent disdain of the Japanese. It is an interesting observation. Yeah, why is he so against the Japanese? It was about 10 years ago, Baron Van Zeek chose to enter the legal profession. Nippon is different from Japan. Nippon is how the Japanese call Japan. Young man's closest companion hailed from the Empire of Japan. Was it Mikotoba Sr.? Was it Kazuma's father? Who was it? What happened? I believe I've made it clear before. I'm unable to tell you anything about the affair. Unable to. Is it related to the Baskerville stuff? The bail will be lifted on the events of the past in due course, I have no doubt. For now, however, it was Mr. Mustache who is most deserving of your attention, I believe. What's the foul smell of victory? Well, most probably this, I would say. The Baskerville Hound's like a dream? You mean like the actual story, or in this game? My dear fellow, it is, of course, my latest invention. Chemical tests can identify whether or not a tea is genuine at the drop of some tea. The actual story? Hound of the Baskervilles is very much an actual story. And if you care about spoilers, you might want to close your ears for about 30 seconds. I believe the thing with the Hound of the Baskervilles, it's genuinely just a real dog, like a big dog. But the guy that's trying to make it appear like spiritual and phantasmagorical covered in like phosphorus or something like that. So like it would kind of like glow eerily in the dark. I believe that's how it is. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't read it in probably over 10 years. But I believe that's what happened. A lot of Sherlock Holmes stories do have a twist that is a little sort of asshole, honestly. In the TV show, they made it a drug-induced hallucination. See, I don't remember that from the TV show, even though I watched pretty much all of it. There are some unscrupulous sorts manning the stalls along some of London's less frequented streets. They regularly sell what purports to be high-quality tea, but is in fact merely dyed leaves of drab flavor. When one is presented with what appears to be black tea, one must be careful. Iris? Damn. Time to test. At the ready, Hurley. There's not a drop of my chemical to this cup of tea here. Do you see what happens? Completely black. It smells terrible. Indeed, the blacker the tea becomes, and the more foul the odor, the better the tea is. This cup is a particularly fine Darjeeling. Well, you can't drink it. Why dispose of it, naturally? Surely you wouldn't like to drink it, would you? Hence why this chemical test is merely a test, my dear madam. Point is, we are entering a new era of science. The world of criminal investigation, also. Forensic science. Okay, Emma Sky, chill out. Herlock Sholmes' method will be the foundation upon which modern investigative technique is based. This little tea indicant was a happy byproduct of my ongoing forensic science research. Let's talk about forensic science. Is that an example of forensic science? Indeed it is. An essential tool in cases that hinge on the knowledge of whether some tea is of high or inferior quality. Perhaps a more practical example is required. Fingerprints? Not yet accepted in our courts as evidence, I might add. Really, we are dragging our heels there. Which is partly why I undertake research in this field myself, of course. There are others in that field already, and I abhor the company of inferior minds. Now, what I'm researching is skin prints. Nomenclature of my own design, as is this chemical agent that makes it possible. Instantly reveals objects touched by whichever person is under investigation. By the specific person? I assure you, my dear fellows, you will witness my forensic talents in action very soon indeed. Okay. Go back to the scene, see if we're going to cover new clues. Anyone coming with me? See you later. Yes, until later. You were? Could witness your forensic talents in action. Ah, yes, I do recall saying something along those lines. But you go on ahead. I'll be sure to follow you later, in all likelihood. Probably, maybe, well... I might. He's so wishy-washy. He's getting brain disease. This is the only canonically accurate, biblically accurate Sherlock Holmes. Because he does seem like he is constantly fucking high. Mr. Shamspier's room. Where's the progress? Hello again, Inspector Gregson. We were hoping to have another look around, actually. Please. I know the score. Soap on the ledge outside the window. Did you find it? With the tea in it? Yeah, we found it all right. There was a small amount of tea in it, as you said. With the identification section of the yard now. So I think we're going to find if there's poison or not. It's wonderful news. Yeah, it's just like a... It's quite... It does register as British, though. It's kind of crazy how they managed to do that. He does have a jaw. Like, yeah, no, he has a skull under there for certain. He has a skull under there for certain. And a mighty chin, might I add, because his lip is here and his chin is here. That's kind of crazy. You know, kind of like this. Pretty impressive performance. Nothing, forget it. Just make sure you don't disturb anything. Oh god, he's warming up to us. We were measuring chins tonight. He's here. Motherfucker is here. He said I might join you, I might not. Motherfucker is here. Let's talk to you first, though. Looking for new clues? Always. Don't come back till you've got something for me, he says. Poor you. Yeah, poor me. Already searched every bleeding nook and cranny of this place. Don't know what he expects, to be honest. Thank goodness for warm chips, is all I can say. They're warm, too? He can make infinite of them, and they're warm? Damn. I'm so mad. So, what the hell are we doing? What are you up to over there? What a question indeed. Was it not your good self who asked me to attend the scene? What are you up to over there? What are you doing here? Dear me, once a great detective, one is always under scrutiny, it seems. Forensic science. Oh, let's see it. With the greatest of pleasure, my dear madam. Oh god, he's about to piss on me. I'm cranking up the volume. Tell me that shit doesn't sound like he just pissed on me. Tell me that doesn't sound like he just pissed on me. Ah! Why do I talk? Why do I say things? I open my mouth and things come out. And I take no ownership of it. Don't quote me on anything. Actually, that's not true. I literally have an add quote command and this is why it's there. But what the fuck, man? Alec Sholmes' sensational skin print Sika gun. Moments ago. You still have to give me a rating on the quotes, by the way. I expected that on my desk Monday, and it wasn't there. Moments ago, I took a sample from the teacup that was used by the victim. Each individual leaves microscopic secretions in everything he or she touches. That is true, because it was kind of crowding the chat, I'm not gonna lie. Sample of those secretions is all I need to produce this, a refined indicator solution. By liberally spraying the room with this chemical, everything the victim touched is instantly revealed with the aid of these goggles. But he lives here. Spray the chemical indicator about and all will be revealed. Press space. Suspension of the chemical indicator in a pressurized gas. It's the most efficient way to cover a large area. Go ahead, try it, my dear fellow. I like how the police is just letting us spray the area with stuff. Well, already I'm seeing a bunch of purple right here, right? Presumably, the stuff on the table. Oh my god. Whoa. This looks like a black light. You know, like... You know what I mean, right? Whoa! Damn. Both hands against the wall? Both hands against the wall? So there are. Great many indeed. So much so, it's hard to make out any one individual print, in fact. He was leaning against the wall while he admired this picture. It's a rather dull scene, after all. Without wishing to state the obvious, you wouldn't generally admire a picture from such close quarters, I feel. Oh, that was Susato. Well, that's fine. She had a British accent for a second. Who up admiring they pictures? I mean... Am I done or do I need to analyze everything? I'm sure the actual meter is gonna have some. Okay. What about the undies? Dude, the undies have some fingerprinties. What else is left? I feel like I've kind of sprayed everything there is to spray. Is it gonna put me like do I need to keep spraying until it stops me, or am I done now? Do I just go back and look at the picture because it's like, hey, what the fuck is up with the picture? Yeah. Oh, I can't go back, in fact. So I do just have to. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Very true. Bit of a mystery then. Bit of a mystery. But I can't go back, so I must go forward. Such is life. This is feeling like when Emma Sky is like, here, look for fingerprints, and she just gives me like a whole vending machine. I do not remember saying that. I do not remember saying that. Your Honor, I did not. It's not letting me out. I'm stuck in here forever. 3 days before Silksong. That was September 1st. I can't go back. I can't go back. Court record? No? I can't go back. What the fuck do I do? There's no back. I'm pressing right mouse button, which is the back button. Soft locked and apparently I looked at this and it's like, whoa, there's so many handprints. That's what I'd do. Reenact his actions. Yeah, okay. But like right now all I can do is spray. I can't even like analyze things. I'm not soft locked. No, trust me. I'm sure that I'm not. I'm just an idiot. Oh. Multitude of the victim's handprints. So many of them on the floor in this one spot. Bad fall? Or a floorboard that lifts up. A stumble when there's nothing obvious to trip over. Quite a puzzle. Handprints all over the floor. A floorboard that lifts up. Yeah, wow, that is so fucking obvious. There's a photo frame under there. I bet. Stumbled over the table. Well, when he was... Rune, I don't know if you were there when they talked about it, but apparently... he dressed up as Romeo. He dressed up as Juliet. And then they wrestled. This game is so gay. In the best way possible. It's so gay. 2 places in particular are of interest, I would say. Yeah, the very obvious differently colored. This is like a cartoon. You know, like in old cartoons where you're watching a Tom and Jerry and like the background is all like a drawn 2D static thing, but like a lamp is drawn in the thicker outlines of the cartoon and you're like, something is about to crash into this lamp or they're gonna grab it or something. Like that lamp is not part of the scenery. That's part of the, like, yeah. Well, let's look at them. The floor warrants closer investigation. Won't be a moment. It lifts up. Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. One of the floorboards has popped up. Excellent work, Mr. Sato. What have we in here? What are you lot doing? Help us out. Found a side right this minute. Dude, I didn't realize the fish was like thick like that. I thought it was just a little stick. Nah. You continue to dig into your portion of chips whilst we dig around under the floor here. He's only eating the fish, which honestly probably the healthier part of the meal, if I had to say. How does he reload it so fast? A bit of evidence is exactly what I need. Lift it up. Yeah. Don't think I could lift a straw to Tommy, might? No. Wall over there, behind the painting. Nothing behind the picture, sadly. Oh. Only the wall. So it truly was just him putting both hands on the wall. What for? Not disappointing. How do you explain the handprints? Yeah. Can't think why anyone would have been touching the wall all over in one place. There you are. Print for you. With all the... Okay. Handprints on there. That's very nice. Yeah. Yes. Yes, dear. Love to know there's anything hidden underneath the floorboard. Gregson's gonna send you to fucking... Really, it's been too long. What is it, Holmes? Thought perhaps you might show me what you found there, seeing as we're such good friends. Seeing as how I found it. We're not friends. Wow. No, I suppose not. Dismal failure. So upbeat. Alright then, fair's fair. You did discover the hiding place after all. Nice. On the wardrobe in Game 1, Case 2's opening anime cutscene. Oh, I didn't realize that. Alright, tell us. There's one thing I know about this man, is that he blows with the wind, as fickle as the weather. There are 3 items under the floor. Newspaper clipping, photographic print, and a tin box. I want to know about all of it. Cut out of the paper about 3 months ago. Convict who got sick and died while he was serving time up in Manchester. Is it his dad, maybe? Bloke had been sentenced to death, but nature got him first. Man by the name of Selden. Masterpiece of work into burglaries and murder. What he'd knocked off was worth about £1,000. Oh, jewelry and the like. He'd hidden it somewhere, no one knows where. Now he's dead. Such an article would be so carefully ensconced under the floor. Now you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. Alright, capital offender article. Nice. Photographic print. This is the previous tenant that was there that presumably died under mysterious circumstances, and is also the boy that was in the photo frame at the hospital, who must be related to Olive Green, because he was there in the photo frame before the victim was even brought to hospital. So the photo frame must belong to her. Reasonably recent to me. Yep. With the paintbrushes and so on. Gentleman on the left is Mr. Garadeb. Are they related? Would this be his son? No, it was the previous tenant. They just have a, I don't know, something similar about them, but it might just be that they're both smiling. Young man. Son, perhaps? Perhaps. Take that print if you like. The identity of the young fellow. Yeah. Too bad if we do. Fortunately for you lot, leaking information isn't one of my pastimes. Pastimes are for one's leisure. This is for work. A dismal failure. You know? Herlock is so positive. Still rare treasures in the East End. Yeah, Mr. Garadeb was rather delighted. I've been immortalized. Well, he made a proud present of it. And then tin box. Yeah, looks like a little sort of one of those cookie boxes. Whoever to find something inside reveals the truth behind this case. Wouldn't be the least surprised. I've already had a look. It's completely empty. Nothing more to this box. Can I look at it a little closer? Aw. Wagahai. Why are you here? That cat dropped like a sack of bricks. There was no jump, no grace. It was just a... Mr. Natsume, isn't it? Wagahai. Well, Mr. Natsume refers to himself in Japanese. Mr. Natsume refers to himself as Wagahai? That's crazy. Something delicious I brought for you from where the cats meet, man. Oh. Let's just close this game and go play some Nintendogs plus cats. How about that? He's still on the floor. He's pawing! Oh! I know. But Wagahai is, as I was told in this chat... Oh my god, this cat's so fucking blessed. Can I talk to you? Do I have conversation things? Cheeky little meow, Wagahai. The close-up for it paw. Look at it pawing! Oh, fuck. He's so cute. Sit and watch him forever. Okay. Gregson has been talked to. What about the stuff on the table? Mystery of why he had it on a plate whilst holding a fork is solved. He was trying to get that coin out of it. But he would frame Soseki. We already know we keep the cat in the end and Soseki goes back. Don't get greedy. Lamp has been looked at. We already know he tricked this. The bricks with the soap. I feel like we kind of, yeah. Mr. Shamspear, yeah, I think we're done here. Garrideb's room. Let's go to prison. This man needs to release some tension. He hangs out like the Arthur meme, you know, fists fully clenched. It's Natsume. Hello. I am a cat. Oh, is that Wagahai Ganekodaru? I don't know who Mr. Natsume is, or Herlock Sholmes. I don't know about courts, or trials, or Old Baileys. I am a cat. That's what I am, just a cat. What is your name, then? As yet, I have no name. Let's bring him back. You could open your eyes for us, Mr. Natsume? I'm not a cat. Oh, what's gonna become of me? No. Don't answer that. It's obvious. My accursed soul is never gonna escape this accursed fate. You're gonna be okay. Yes, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire was brilliant, but... A reaper is omnipresent and gored in my lodgings. Here, there, everywhere. Oh, yeah, yes, we must. Let's discuss them. Converse. Let's talk about your fucking shoes, dude. They're sick. Where'd you get them? In my whole life, have I ever been so moved as I was today? No. Of course, if I cast my mind back, there were perhaps one or two other occasions that moved me more. If I just blocked those out, then today being in that courtroom was the most moving experience of my life. Locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Because I was fighting for him. They're analyzing it. There's nothing wrong with that tea. They won't find a drop of poison in it. That's a solemn, sworn, saucy certainty. Oh yes, most definitely. Remember, drink tea while it's hot. Both poured it down our throats like it was a hot bath for our bellies. He's saying they both drank it fast. But Natsume's cup, which is the green one, doesn't have a ring in it. Whereas his does have a ring in it. Suggesting he drank his fast, whereas he drank his slow. But he's saying they both gulped it down. So did he then refill it after the fact? Did he have some tea of his own somewhere? Did he have some tea of his own that he used? Or not even tea, some darkening agent or something that he used. You were both completely fine, yeah. Engaged in the Romeo and Julio match, yeah. Was it poison though? Everyone's talking poison, but like, was it? He was foaming at the mouth. Run, Shamspear? What have I ever done to him? I've been holed up in my room, immersed in books. I don't recall anything at all. What I don't understand is why he didn't let me know sooner. About the soap, of course. What else? So you could use the trick also? Of course I am. If I had money, I wouldn't have chosen to live an accursed existence in such accursed lodgings. Especially the room that I rent. Spirit of that capital offender who lived there still haunts the place. The capital offender. Oh, I haven't looked at the new evidence very closely. Let's look at it. Manchester's... Okay. Strange Ways Prison announced the death of convicted murderer and burglar Selden by natural causes in the early hours of this morning. He had been suffering with fever since the end of October. Alerted by the shouts of his fellow cellmate, medical staff arrived to find him already dead before his capital punishment could be carried out. Oh. But he used to live in Natsume's building. In Natsume's room, even. So it stands to reason that this guy might have known that or might have found that out. And he was trying to get that money. And a good way to do that would be to get Soseki out of the picture by pretending Soseki had poisoned him, but in fact taking some poison himself where he could maybe control the dose or something. This is just this. Again, is he the condemned dude then? Is that it? He seems very nice and he doesn't really seem to match what little photo we can see here. But maybe this is the convicted guy that used to live in the unit. And maybe Olive wants to get the money too. I haven't really looked at this, but it truly is just the photo of... I'm just saying, if I walked by and I saw this on like a car, I would know what's been going on there. Capital offender. Might I ask, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire, the next time you visit me, you bring scores of super soft soaps. Capital offender. Present the thing. What's this? Ah, so he knew, did he? About this man, Selden. Convicted killer and the evil spirit behind the curse that afflicts my lodgings. He's already taken one young man's life, and now... I see. I know what it is. I know what it is. This guy... Okay, we don't really see him. This guy used to live there. This guy knows about it. He is using the gas pipes somehow. He's using the gas pipes somehow to poison the people that live in the upstairs room so he can go in there and investigate, or he can like rent the room for himself for some whatever reason. Because yeah, he wants to find the money, and he has a strong suspicion the money is in that room up there. I see now. And the way he's using the gas somehow related to this. It's not really about the painting. I bet it's about the lamp. But he's doing something with the lamp. What would require him to like put his hands there? Would this have been over the course of like one session or across many nights is my thinking. If it's across one session, I don't know what kind of activity you need to be doing that would require this so much. Sleep time, good night. Good night, thank you for stopping by. I am in the throes of some detectiving, though. And I'm pretty sure I'm getting it right. These are... Ionic? Columns, I believe. Doric is like the flat with nothing on top. Ionic is with the curl. And Corinthian is with the leaves, I believe. Ionic? Yeah. Is that correct? It's been very long since I learned this in school. Am I right or am I wrong? Let me find out. By its capital, featuring paired, scroll-shaped spiral volutes. I'm so fucking good. But I'm right. And it's also Ionic, not Ionic. This man is too good. This man is too good at remembering niche sentences that were said in class fucking 13 years ago. Ionic. Ionic means looks like a vagina. Yeah, I said Ionic first. I just was confused. Because Ionic also, it means about ions. And I was like, I don't know if that's the correct pronunciation. He's trying to take the life of another, a miserable, mustached, much maligned Japanese man. Tell us everything you can about the evil spirit. Bibium. Capital offender, Selden. Young Selden. Truth is, I didn't know the details myself until very recently. That Selden man was arrested about a year ago now, and at the time he was hiding out in lodgings at Mr. Garadeb's house. That's right, yes, exactly where I live now, in my very room. Before his sentence could be carried out, he died in prison. That was 3 months ago now. That's when it started, the curse. It's already caused one death. A few months after the criminal passed away in prison, a man died in the room. The man who rented it after Selden, in fact. Poor lodger, he was found dead in mysterious circumstances. The room was locked from the inside. That was the start of it. Official cause of death was asphyxia. When they discovered the body, the room was full of gas. I only found that out after I'd signed the lease. When Mr. Garrett came to tell me later, I couldn't stop myself trembling. In fact, if I'd known beforehand, I'd probably been too scared to take the room. Landlord's lease, luckily legal. At first, I just felt as though I was being watched all the time. That are trying to take me with them. They come for me and try to suffocate me. Just when I'm struggling to breathe, I wake up. And the room is as cold as ice. For some reason, even though I light the stove before I climb into bed at night, pilot light always goes out and the room fills with gas. Okay. How does he do that from his room? By manipulating this, of course, but what and how? Is it some kind of thing where, like, of course, Mr. Garrideb already said all the lamps in the building are linked together. Mr. Garrideb himself presumably doesn't need to have the lamps on at night because he has a fireplace, which would be the cheaper option. So the only lights on are Mr. Shamspears and Natsume's. And Natsume's light is on up top. We know when another light comes on that the light up top flickers. Could you somehow divert enough gas into this lamp to completely remove the gas from the other one for like a second? Enough for the flame to go out because it doesn't have anything to burn. And then you just let it come back on and that thing is just spewing gas up top. Could that be the case? It's definitely sort of what is happening. I'm not sure if this is how it's happening, but this is definitely what is happening. What would all of the handprints here have to do with that, though? We'll figure it out. It's terrible. Yeah. You're so close. I'm not bad at detective and mystery shit. I told you. I'm not bad at it. Or it can be the cause of all the strange happenings. Or it can be the cause. Let me also present this photo, because this is going to be the previous tenant, I imagine. Nothing much, but... Oh, okay. That's nothing. Got it. Got it. Let's talk to Garrideb. Right, bally business it is for me, you know? Getting out and about. Naturally, fate of my lodgings hanging in the balance and all of that, not a trial to miss. Valid. Of course, the place has caused quite a stir around the capital on more than one occasion already. The all haunted lodgings or some such. Makes you wonder what the blazes is going on, don't you know? What are you doing here? You were at the Old Bailey then as well. Hopped off of the prison on the way home, in fact. Beastly business. To talk to the wife, presumably. Oh, his ring is a moon and her ring is a sun, I just realized. Brings you to my haunted abode today, eh? Some fishy fella from the Far East and a failed actor chap of questionable character, eh? Yeah. House does seem to have become something of a magnet for rum fellows of late. So that bally curse. Heard the stories, have ya? Ron Scoundrel was arrested here, then the next chap in the room goes and keels over. There's that woman who dropped dead just outside the street, not to mention the actor yesterday. Their heads. I don't remember what she looked like. Mrs. Garadeb. She does look like a sun with the little coif on her head. One who dropped dead outside on the street. Olive green, yeah. Both very much alive still. Well, so is that blasted convict's curse, it seems. A bath, a toilet, a fireplace, a fascinating history. It sounds like a lap of luxury. Spoken like a true privileged chap. No bath or toilet included, no fireplace either. Watching the rise and fall of the flames in your gas lamps. Never hurts to keep an eye on things, in case there are any mishaps or such like. Heaven forgive me, words just came to my lips. Okay, your lodgers. Fishy fella from the Far East and a failed actor chap, questionable character, eh? He's just repeating it. He is undeniably peculiar, however. It is right. He took the vacancy immediately after. Yeah, immediately after. Which is why these other guys trying to get him killed and failing that, trying to get him to go away for attempted murder. Because he wants to have the room so he can look in it so he can find the £1,000. But it was immediately after the guy. So the other tenant didn't have a chance to go in, didn't have a chance to go. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Asked the estate agent to find someone, and he popped up the very same day. Never come across a chap with so keen for a place with a background, as it were. How long has Mr. Shamspeare been lodging under your roof? Failed actor chap. Of course. He said 3 months, right? It's been 3 months, yeah. When the guy died. Not sure of it. What do you owe your certainty in that regard, Mr. Garadeb, if I may ask? Where's that Selden scoundrel as it happens? £1,000 is £107,000. That's pretty nice. Is it enough to kill someone for? I guess it depends on perspective. If you're so poor you need to make ice coins, yeah, probably. Definitely enough to kill someone for. If you're employed as a member of the military, also enough. That's probably kind of what you make in a year, if I had to say. I don't know actually what military salary is like, but yeah, definitely enough to kill someone for, it seems like. Passed away in the clink 3 months ago now. Some malady or other. Yeah. It was only 3 days later that the tragedian showed his face. The fellow. I remember quite distinctly. Yeah. 'Tis small, this world we inhabit. Prithee, landlord, hear my request. I, the humble Shamspeare, do desire to take thy room on the middle floor, offered erewhile for rent. Terribly sorry and whatnot, that won't be possible. I already have a lodger on the middle floor. Ground floor room's vacant, though. Nothing can be made out of nothing. Let me repeat mine will unto thee. Yeah. Very well, we have an accord. Hello, a Shamspeare dance to celebrate. He kind of resembles that one guy that got real mad during the trial. It was really funny. What was his name? Lady First. Oh my god, Lady First was funny as fuck in that trial. When he got mad and started like, he was like riding a horse. There's some really good animation. That chap was thieving gas. Yep. He was 3 months in arrears with the rent too. Yeah, the fellow was a bally player, alright. He's been living here 3 months and he hasn't paid rent once. Allow me to say 1 or 2 words. Give me my robe, put on my crown. I have immortal longings in me. Shakespeare, my dear fellow, one of his most famous lines. I should diverge my old learning of the subject, for I have a turn for literature too, you know? Certainly. Okay, let us present the photograph. Can I ask you to look at this photograph? Is that your son? No, no, not at all. He was the lodger here once. Duncan Ross was his name. Street photographer happened to be passing, so I asked him to take a shot, just for kicks, really. Aw. Lodger before Natsume, yeah. As that's right. Just what Mr. Mustache was waiting for, one might say. Room at the top of the first flight of stairs before that Japanese chap. What happened? Duncan Ross, young chap, was attending art school. Had to walk to pay for it, mind. Moved into the middle floor about a year ago after that criminal Selden was arrested. Young students are always on the hunt for rooms with a history behind them. Well, anyway, it's one morning about a month ago now. Hadn't quite worked out the old trick of watching the gas lamps to see what my lodgers were up to at the time, so sadly I was rather tardy to discover what had happened. The smell of gas that alerted me, it was. Yikes. Called the police straight away, of course, and the officer kicked the door off its hinges. A little dangerous to do that, because presumably the door and the door latch are both metal, and you kick that, you can make a spark. So we got inside, we all bally collapsed. Room was full of it. No air at all. Stove must have gone out when the poor chap was sleeping in his bed. Once the police gave me a sound ticking off because the gas pipes were so old and all that. Tell you how much it set me back to have the lot replaced all over the house. Oh, the gas pipes were replaced. The stove goes out at night while he's asleep in bed. Well, that's the bally curse, the convex curse. All my duty as a landlord now. Did he replace them or did he not? That reminds me, actually. Young Duncan, now before the poor chap perished, he'd been writing a letter of affection to a young lady. To Olive Green. Where did I put it now? Here it is. Left it on my desk. To my most beautiful and charming sweetheart. My dear Miss Susato, that is precisely why I prefaced my reading with, if you'll excuse me. He didn't address it, though. No means of delivering the thing. Rather sad, really. It does, though. We know who it is, and it's Olive Green. Tender reception's address is missing, however. There is a name attributed to the man's most beautiful and charming sweetheart. My undying love to you, my colorful darling, Olive Green. The one who was quite well off, had no reason to be walking around here. Well, there's her reason. Presumably she was here... To what, though? She was here to... just investigate his death, see what had happened, I suppose? Whatever can this mean? Reading personal correspondence can have its merits, you see, Mr. Sato. It's not even correspondence, it wasn't sent. It's not a crime to read someone's mail before they send it, right? Well, let's go move to the hospital. Wait, do we have the thing in our court record? We do not, but I guess we can present the photograph to her and that will work just fine. Yeah, because there's nothing new here. Hospital. The art of deduction. Yeah. I've long grasped. Screen is well enough to be discharged at last. That's good. So if Mr. Garrideb did replace the pipes around the house, which presumably would stop them... from automatically flickering off or like turning off, etc. What kind of trick did my man come up with? What kind of trick did my man come up with to make the lamp, the gas lamp at the top floor flicker? I think he did say the bottom floor uses slightly more gas than the middle floor, which is how he can tell by the flickering of the lamps. Like the bottom floor makes it flicker a certain amount, the middle floor makes it flicker a different amount. The fact that it uses more gas, I think, lends more credence to my idea of he is somehow causing a sort of a flicker, a full flicker of gas to make the pilot light disappear, and then when the gas can continue to flow. Especially in a room that has no windows, is completely bricked up. Very dangerous indeed. I wonder... Could it be? Is he? Could he? Could he? Is he? Could he? Is he? Like, one idea that I had is maybe he's like fully, if like disconnecting this lamp from the wall, just like an open pipe of gas, because that would, rather than turning the knob, just like fully going like, you know, like a bunch of gas comes out at once. That would probably do it. But the reason I don't think that's it is because there's not nearly enough handprints on the actual lamp to suggest that's what he's doing. There's a lot of handprints here, a lot of handprints here. And the fact that it's both sides is what's really messing me up. Because if whatever technique he's using requires both hands to be on the wall, what is he doing it with his head? That makes no sense. Unless... if you blow air like from your mouth into a gas pipe, does that do anything? Am I going too crazy with it? If you were to like, I don't know, somehow go here and go like, you sort of like really blow like a whole chunk of air in there. So there's like air that can't be burned that gets introduced into the system. Would that do it? I don't know enough about gas lamps to say. Yeah. Oh. You better not be drinking poison. Oh, girl. Girl. One moment, I'll be with you in a jiffy. Hello, everyone. What are you all doing here? Doctor has said I can be discharged, so I'm just getting my things together. What were you just doing? Oh, nothing. She's got some severe red eyes, like she's been crying. I was just about to take some medicine the doctor prescribed for me, that's all. I don't really have anything else to tell you. If we examine this, is she gonna stop us? Achievement here. Achievement? Mustn't do that either. Shouldn't be peeking into a young man's mind either, huh? Bottle, please. rather preoccupied, didn't she? Very bitter. Can't stand bitter medicine. Yeah, let's take it all at once. Naruhodo, what? I always take it all at once? My man? Don't do that. You're gonna die. That's not how it works. Oh, yeah. Achievement. The fuck? The fuck, man? Hospital discharge. Man. All the opium medicines they had back then. I know. Back then, they didn't have antibiotics. Most of what they gave you is just shit to cope with the pain, right? I mean, I suppose that's not exactly right. They had, like, herbal medicine, but it was still very much a sort of halfway alchemy, halfway chemistry type shit, right? No, it's 1901. Let's give them some credit. It wasn't quite that still. Chemistry was very much a thing. And there were some medicine that worked, but we didn't quite exactly know why it was that it worked. But yeah, it's crazy to think. Antibiotics, when were they discovered? Discovery. Alexander Fleming's accidental finding of penicillin in 1928. Later perfected by Howard Florey and Ernst Chain in the early 1940s. Early 1940s. You know what that means? Antibiotics are less than 100 years old. In fact, they're slightly over 50 years old. Antibiotics. That's crazy. We've had 50 years of antibiotics. 60 years of antibiotics. That's crazy. That's not true at all. 40 plus 50 is 90. It's 80 years of antibiotics. I can't count. 80, but still, 80 years of antibiotics. It's not that long. Yes, I mean, thank you. Once people are better, the hospital staff don't want them lingering and wasting space. Not people like me, anyway. I don't think I should keep anyone waiting. Probably shouldn't stand around and chat. Let me present you this to cheer you up, maybe. We were hoping to ask you about someone. Mr. Duncan Ross. You knew him, didn't you? Damn. That shit's bright fucking pink, girl. The rat's about to have some and die. That rat's sniffing. That rat's sniffing. Didn't mean to startle you like that. No, it's alright. Just wasn't expecting it. How'd you know about Duncan? Yeah, I've been writing a letter when he passed away. Landlord found it in his room. It was a very personal letter to you. It was at the art school. That's where I met Duncan. A year ago now. A year ago? A year ago when the guy was arrested. And also when Duncan started living there, to be fair. So presumably when he started attending school? He was working to fund his studies. Dreamt of becoming a professional artist one day. He became romantically involved. Yeah, that's right. We were very much in love. We were engaged to be married, actually. That's why he decided to move into a cheaper room, save money for the wedding. Told me he'd found the worst, but cheapest room in the entire East End. And 1 month ago, he just died. It's all in the past now, I suppose. It still hurts, though. See, she has every reason to feel the universe is against her. Yeah. There's the rat. The rat's moved from there to there. I knew it. I seen it. Hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you mind leaving me in peace now? I have to leave the hospital soon. Yep, the rat is fully dead. Surely you were not about to leave. That's quite out of the question. Are you about to have a fucking deduction spectacular to deduce she was about to kill herself? We better not. But of course I was, my dear fellow. Watching intently from the shadows as always. While the rat is just dead in the background. Something which occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Sato, is this. Why do detectives insist on such an ex post facto modus operandi? Why solve a case after it's happened, instead of preventing a case before it happens? That is what sets a great detective apart. This man is going Minority Report on us. There's a case waiting to happen on our very noses, Mr. Naruto. Let us avert disaster. Let's prevent this case from ever happening with nothing but careful observation. All the clues you need are set before you. You'll need only look, and you cannot fail to see. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Notice it before. Drank the medicine. Bottle Miss Green was about to drink from. She was about to kill herself. Ah, so you've come to appreciate the true nature of this scene. That of a tragedy about to take place. Hey, girl. The contents of the bottle you had before is spilled out onto the floor, and the poor mouse that drank it has sadly died. It's clear the bottle must have contained a powerful poison. Awkward. I'll attend to the mouse presently. Damn. She does not give a damn. She's just gonna throw it out. Are you intending to go the same way as that rodent? Take your own life. No subtlety on this, man. Would have put it to your lips again, wouldn't you? Taking the poison. Suicide. Let's talk about suicide, girly pop. 10 seconds later, we would have arrived at a very different scene here. In all probability, we would have not enjoyed this most delightful conversation. Of course, perhaps it hasn't been quite so delightful from your perspective, Miss Green. Actually, in a way. Everything's out in the open. I feel like a weight's been lifted. Did you acquire the medicine? Yeah. Well, this being a hospital and all, the doctor comes to examine me in the mornings. He always leaves the medicine cabinet open for a while. I snuck this out when he wasn't looking. Lacks a label. I'm afraid I don't really know. You were just gonna drink something. If I drank it, it might just stop the pain somehow. Girl! This is... wow. Please don't talk of such things. Poor little mouse is proof of that. Oh, it's all my fault. What have I done? Yeah. Take it you have no objection. This is the poison that was in the tea. Presumably, because the hospital... I mean, I don't know how it was in 1901, but I'm assuming a hospital wouldn't keep unlabeled poison around. That seems a little beyond the pale, even for 1901, 1902. So I'm thinking this is in fact the poison that was in the tea that this man probably had on him. And then when he was here, he quietly moved it to the cabinet. And I wonder if we're going to use Sholmes's fingerprinting stuff to prove it that it is his. Do I need to present anything to you right now? Photograph again? She was about to paint it. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. Examine the letter? When we first arrived, yeah. Green was standing with it in her hand and can only be described a very tense atmosphere. Yeah. We should ask Miss Green about the letter. Probably. This has been asked about. Asked and answered. And Mr. Duncan Ross. Yeah. Must be painful enough. And Miss Green suffered that awful injury. Was she going to her fiance's lodgings or thereabouts to kill herself? No, she didn't. She wasn't planning on killing herself because by her own admission, she grabbed the bottle from the hospital. So I don't know. I mean, she was definitely hanging around the place because of him, but I'm not sure what else. Sender's name or address appear to be written on the envelope or the card. But it's the same envelope. This envelope matches... It matches this torn off end of envelope. Which means it was presumably sent by him. It arrived at my post, my home, the day before the incident. Okay, so that'll probably explain why she was there. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. What do you want to bet? The key around her neck opens the treasure, the 1,000-pound treasure. And Duncan gave it to her as some sort of like, you know, safekeeping / proof of love type thing. And he found out about it. So he summoned her over under the pretense of, I have information, in order to get the key off of her, presumably mayhaps by killing her. Because this man is clearly not above killing, since he did kill Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Yeah, it's a matter of utmost importance. I feel like I'm good at this mystery shit, man. I'm good at this mystery shit. 17th of this month, the day you were stabbed. Because that's why she was there. Precisely the time the incident occurred. She was on her way there. Up in the northern corner of Briar Road. So you've guessed, that day when I was stuck in the back by the knife, I was actually on my way to the Slug and Salad. Is this? Are we presuming that this is with regular sort of orientation, sort of north being the top, south the bottom, east the right, west the left? Because if so, Soseki Natsume, who could have been going from here or from here, but I think we ended up assuming he came from the top, not from the bottom, because he jumped over the construction, whatever. Would have been moving north to south, and she would have been moving south to north. But Soseki Natsume was behind her, and then he ran. He wasn't in front of her. That's very much not how they reported it. And in fact, we know she was walking south to north because the couple was walking... we know she was walking north to south because the couple was walking, the policeman, Pat and Rolly, were walking towards this direction when they met her. Right? And then she collapsed and he sent her away to call a thing and then moved the body. So this might be a weird little inconsistency here. I was on my way to the Slug and Salad. Yeah, that's what you were doing on Briar Road. I suppose it all makes sense if the map is written with south at the top, but that's a little odd. I really will have to ask you to excuse me now. Told you everything. No, it's fine. Promises you won't try to do anything like that again. Yes, don't worry. Your detective friend is the bottle now, anyway. And besides, I've been stabbed in the back and had a close shave with a bottle of poison, and I'm still here. I think I'm destined to see things through to the end. Might sound a little conceited, but that's how all this has made me feel. That's a good outlook. That's a good outlook. St. Bartholomew's, we made our way back to Baker Street with Mr. Sholmes. The outside of Baker Street. Now that's a rare view. Always with the tower in the background. I do like how the crystal tower, or whatever it's called, is always being constructed in the background. Because this feels like a strong indicator of like the bigger overarching mystery plot that is being built in the background. Exactly. Foreshadowing. That shit, you know, every case has had some little hint about the tower. The omnibus with like the poster about go to the expo, see the crystal tower. The following case, well, you know, you always see the tower in the background. That one guy in the jury who was the Russian revolutionary who was like, please take me to tower. You know, like, that shit is very much foreshadowing, and I appreciate it. It is quite literally being built in the background. Mr. Naruto, discover anything may be of use to you in court tomorrow, do you think? Many facets to this case, and we're yet to see the heart of it, if you ask me. It'll come out tomorrow, don't worry. And Mr. Natsume's tea. Yeah, if there was poison in it or not. I fear that either way, it'll be hard to escape the grip of our friend Mr. Reaper. I am currently thinking there will have been strychnine in it. A very controlled, small dose of it. And we're gonna have to go and prove that tea was in fact not the same tea that Soseki Natsume brought over. It was some cheap tea that he made, potentially by using Herlock Sholmes' tea freaking thing, you know? Chekhov's stinky tea reagent. Tomorrow will be a new dawn. Tend to spring from my bed at Chris Power and attend the trial. Mr. Sholmes, you're gonna come? Are you? Whatever happens, I shall be there. Assuming my eyelids cooperate in the morning. All that's left is to win this friggin' thing. World's most prosperous city, home to some 6 million people. And yet the same 6 to 10 motherfuckers keep showing up in my juries. Away from the razzle-dazzle, down back alleys and behind bricked-up windows, the lonely lurk. Soseki-san had battled long and hard with loneliness during his many months here, so I felt honor-bound to battle equally hard for my compatriot. To lift the curse that gripped him. Tomorrow would be a new dawn for all of us. Shut the hell up. Shut the hell up. Am I or am I not freaking, like, you know, mind palacing this whole case right now? That's how you know a case is well written. Hey, dude. When I was talking about it, to skipping through 10 dialogue boxes. What? After skipping through 10. Because it's like the dialogue boxes that are just like every Ace Attorney game has the same dialogue boxes before a save point. That's like We found out many things, but there are many things we still don't know. There is nothing to it but to walk into the trial tomorrow and hope things shake out okay. And with those feelings it was that I went to bed and prepared for the trial the following day. ... To be continued. Like, every Ace Attorney game has that same shit before a trial. Those text boxes are optional. This is it then? Sure is. Is he still thinking he's a cat? Shall do everything I can to help you. Thank you. Suffering Soseki is selfishly sidelined. Good morning, locum student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Listen to you two, chatting away happily as if the main player of today's trial isn't here. Whoa, I'm the main player of today's trial. You are my client. Didn't mean to cause offense. As you had your eyes shut so tightly, you were meditating. Or thinking you were a cat. I was waiting. What's the matter, Mr. Natsume? You seem different somehow today. Do you twirl your mustache a little better? Put a little product in that bad boy? Why, naturally. That's because I've attained spiritual enlightenment. Oh my god, this man's reached nirvana. Path of literature, you see, is a journey to discover one's own death. Or such like. It's the sort of morning conversation I was hoping for. That's why I had my eyes shut. I was just an example. You barely came to see me at all yesterday. I was sure you'd abandoned me and returned to our beautiful... Oh, we would not have left in the middle of the trial. Anyway, right, we've been here less than a week and it's our third trial. That is kind of crazy. I've actually reached an important decision myself. You're gonna go home after this? I shall fill you in after the trial. Okay, but are you also gonna tell me about your important decision? It would seem Sholmes isn't coming today after all. My dear fellows, you must win this battle on your own merits. I don't think so. He overslept. My arch nemesis. Long may he stay away, if you ask me. I like how he has beef with Herlock Sholmes. Very one-sided beef. It's very much like in Barcelona, there are two big soccer teams. One, which is obviously Barcelona, and another one, which is called Espanyol. And Espanyol is not a fucking patch on Barcelona. I mean, I don't know how good they are right now. But when I was growing up, they were not nearly as good as Barcelona. And it's so fucking funny because, like, they're the two teams in the city. They're, like, you know, the rivals in town, etc. But Barcelona feels pretty whatever-y about their rivalry because they clear them every time. Meanwhile, Espanyol is like, they won't even call Barca by name. At some point, the owner or the president of Espanyol would call Barca the other team in the city instead of calling him by their actual name. And this kind of feels like what Soseki Natsume's got going on with Herlock Sholmes. Defendant's fate is sealed. The defendant's face is tealed. Keep believing in my client. Keep fighting to the very end. That's all. That is what I will do. Don't even worry about it. "9:40 a.m. We're going at a decent clip today. Oh my god, Queen Bee. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in... What kind of accent was that? For like a second. That was almost like, what, Australian? How did I even get that out? I can't make an Australian accent if I want to. I don't fucking know, man. I don't fucking know, man. Call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh, he's doing the vampire thing now. He wasn't doing it day one. That's how you know he's spooked. We've got them running scared. Very good. Now I call upon the 6 ladies and gentlemen of the jury, chosen by lot to represent the will of the people in this trial. Oh, their leanings do not carry from one day to another? That's weird. I feel obliged to say, I feel especially ruthless on days when my hat is sitting just right. Well, I wonder if you could adjust my hat for me, and please be as ruthless as you like. Okay, okay. Juror number 2, juror number 3, get a room. Juror number 4 and me get a room? Mayhaps? Thieves deserve to die, if you ask me. Especially gas thieves. No sympathy for the man at all. Said it yesterday, I'll say it again now. Don't have time for this. I've got my own problems. Wasn't it yesterday your wife goes to the pub? Why is he so religious today? He wasn't so religious last time. Lord Van Zeeks. What's going on? In relation to the theory expounded by the defense yesterday regarding the defendant's tea. The defendant's tea. Oh my god, spill the tea, Soseki. What happened? Oh my god, I totally heard you were hanging out with that, what was it called? Shamspeare. Oh my god. Soseki, tell me all the tea. You were just hanging out. You spent the night. You wrestled with Shamspeare? Oh my god, tell me all about it. Delivers the black news about the black tea belonging to the blackguard in the dock. In a dress? Girlfriend, I know. Oh my god. Allow me a moment to savor a liquid of a more sanguine hue. Sanguine hue. Sanguine. I'll defer to the good detective for the report. Here's to you, Inspector. Thank you, sir. Indicated by the defense, we found a bar of soap just outside the victim's window in the snow. That was indeed a frozen reddish liquid and a little depression on the top of it. That's the tea! That's the tea! Oh my god. Mr. Natsume brought with him that night. Well, the brains of the yacht analyzed it, and yes, you're right, it was tea. There wasn't a trace of strychnine or any other toxic substance in it. Oh. Well, I was wrong. No poison at all. In other words, the tea that the defendant brought with him to the victim's room is innocent. It's in the clear. Well, what the hell are we hanging around for then? The tea is the only thing that passed his lips, guys. Mr. Soseki Natsume is blameless. Okay, what now? My learned friend is jumping to conclusions again. Typical Nipponese reaction. It's true, no poison was found in the few drops of liquid recovered from the soap on the window ledge. What logic is that? You take a drop from the Thames and conclude that the water in the ocean isn't salty. What are you talking about? Unfit for drinking, just as the victim's tea was on the night in question, as the court has already heard. Bitter was the precise words from the lips of Mr. William Shamspeare, whom the prosecution now calls back to the stand. What? Would you take a drop of the Thames and say the ocean's not salty? Bestie, what the fuck are you on? You gotta stop day drinking. It's like 10 a.m. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Did he just like give me a little kiss, a little kissy? Mr. William Shamspeare, the victim of this despicable crime. Oh heaven, oh hell, do you command me to remember? Forsooth, 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a bellyful of the foul fluid given in mine innocence. Witness is not as innocent as we had perhaps first been led to believe, because he does, yeah, steal gas. One may smile and be a villain. While sooth 'twas I, Shamspeare, did have a room full of sweet fuel given. I'm foregone. Kept all that about the ice coins a tidy secret, didn't you? Yeah, should have told us. Arrest them, I say. Arrest them at once. The sting in your tail. Does she think she's a bee? Is she a It's not a furry, because that's mammals. It's not a scaly, because that's reptiles. What are people that identify as insects called? By dint of vile and cowardly means have I plotted to further mine own ends, I confess. Thou wouldst not pardon my sins, of that I am sure. Hollow... You gotta come up with some, like, weed-related Hollow Knight thing, so I can do it on 420. What exactly are you doing here? Cowards die many times before their deaths. For a coward such as I, death be well deserved. But would it that a still greater crime passeth unpunished? For lo, the hairy-faced gentleman of farther east than Verona did contrive to poison me. Objection. There was no poison in the tea. Verily, my liege, I would most gladly speak. Alright, testify. Why is there... Yeah, why did you get poisoned when there was no poison in the tea? Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. 'Twas my cup alone that the wicked miscreant secretly poured his wicked poison. Whilst feigning distraction in our debate, ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. When he departed by and by, I did use the tea that remained in his cup to make my coins of ice. Thus 'tis no surprise that poison be not found in the tea I did pour into the molds of soap. The tea that remained in his cup. But his cup has no tea ring, suggesting he drank it quick, and there was nothing left in it. Because quite simply, the Nipponese took the bottle back to his own room. That's your strategy, is it? Should be perfectly clear. Bar 2 of cheap soap. Wholly insufficient to wash the deep stains of guilt. Amen. Sus, madams, 'tis true that I, Shamspeare, be a common thief of gas. But, listen here, ladies and gentlemen. Wherefore would I lie? Verily, I have no cause. I have naught to lose. Real quick, remind me again. This cup was drank by someone right-handed. This cup was drank by someone left-handed. He is holding his scepter in his right hand. And when he did the smoothing motion, he did it with his right hand, suggesting that he is right-handed. Is Soseki Natsume right or left-handed? Do we know? Is it cheating if I Google right now if Soseki Natsume was right-handed? Is it cheating if I just Google the guy was a real guy? I could Google it. Well, yes, that's cheating. Okay. Thank you for your testimony, witness. Proceed with a cross-examination. I've just had a thought. I've just had a fucking thought, and it would be so fucking funny if that was the case. What if he intended to poison Soseki Natsume, but then got the cups mixed up, and then drank the poison himself? That could have happened. That could have happened. But no, because he wasn't poisoned until like 1 a.m. and Soseki left at 11. That doesn't make sense. Japanese man did come to my chamber with tea brewed in a pot. Yeah. Ne'er did a drop of his own drink pass his lips. The tea that remained in his cup. I'm going to go ahead and press that. To cheat or to die, 'tis life's only choice. Yes. Actually chooses to be honorable like a Chad. To cheat be the wise choice, and mine occupation be not an ugly one. Prithee, dost thou not see beauty in the simplicity of the ruse? Be very sure once this trial is over, Tuan Gas will take you to task over this. Oops. I shall not run, I shall not hide. Sooth to say, I've nowhere to run, nor to hide. But my lady, what wouldst thou with this pitiful player? I'll tell you what I'd like to do with you, starting with a shoddy shirt on your back. I wish, man. I wish. 'Tis time for a Shamspia dance. I won't muddy the waters. I'm gonna press on the not a bit of tea past his lips. Which suggests he drank it slow. And if we get a testimony, we can add, yeah. So on completely empty. Let's not forget the defendant's maxim. Drink tea while it's hot. I did gulp from that poisoned cup that night, and in mine agony did I writhe uncontrolled. Fits of pain, I did knock the fellow's cup, and its contents spilt as blood from a gaping wound, methinks. Though suddenly, 'twas after I had made the coins of ice from his tea. It's the tea rings in the cup. It's the first thing that we said when we found them. Okay, there's no further testimony here. No tea past his lips. His cup has no tea ring. Objection. Thank you. His objection is still hella weak in this game. Claim Mr. Natsume didn't drink a drop of tea in the night in question. And that's impossible. How, chop logic? What is this, you dark eclad fiend? White-clad? Eclad? The two teacups from this scene, one used by the victim and the other by the defendant. Have a clear difference between them. The inside of the cups. Visible ring. A tea ring, commonplace enough. Such stains occur all too readily when one leaves tea in the cup for a while. Mr. Natsume's cup has no such ring. And prithee, sir, what mockest thou of it? What makest thou of it? What the court told, what he told the court. The Japanese saying he quoted. Drink tea while it's hot. That's right. I like how people be learning lessons. Jury, Mr. Natsume was true to his usual self that night and drank his tea in no time. If, as you claim in your testimony, he didn't touch a drop of his tea, the ring would have developed on the inside of the cup as well. After several hours, the tea was left standing. Mr. Shamspia clearly lied to the court. Get thee to a nunnery! Alright, there we go. Was that him drinking? Holy shit, he drank tea? As a rule, fill my hollow chalice up to 7 times during any one trial. Okay, okay, stop chomping Godot's bit with his 17 cups of coffee. Yet on occasion, tedium distracts me and I pour more times than I intended until the bottle's dry. On the contrary, they illustrate the fickleness of human memory. William Shamspia. Though you previously stated you made the coins of ice from the leftover tea in the accused's cup, could it be you were perhaps mistaken? Could it be that, yes, perhaps there was some tea remaining in the small teapot left at the scene? He's just feeding him his testimony. Faith, my liege, thou art a magician. For verily it is as thou hast seen with thine own eyes that night. Forsooth, I was mistook. Yeah, it's leading the witness to water and drowning it. I did plan to use the tea from the Japanese fellow's cup, but lo, when I looked, 'twas empty. Thus did I use the dregs that fester in the teapot, as my liege did suggest. Yeah, are we supposed to believe that? People's memories are imperfect, my learned friend. Which is why we rely on evidence instead. Oh my god. Having a weak objection line feeds the beginning of the story. Sounds off as the character develops confidence. Yeah. He didn't remember the dubbing process or the reasons behind that decision. 1 week and be more confident, but they never recorded it. Wow. That's so sad. Like, I did think that might be what was going to happen in the original. When he first said it, I was like, okay, it's a pretty weak objection, but I was thinking it was going to mirror his, like, desk slams, you know, where at first he's like, and he's like, holy shit, that sounded like nothing. But eventually he's like, blam, pointing, you know, like more confident. So I thought it was going to mirror that, and his objection was going to get more confident too, but no, man. It just stayed, objection. Please, listen to me. Objection. It's his third case. True, but they're all weak. In any case, it makes no difference. Victim's most recent testimony tells us 2 things of note. Firstly, the poison was put into the victim's teacup only. That his spoiled cup was not the source of the insipid ice coins that have bewitched this court. Remains valid and in full support of the established facts. In other words, the inconsistent claimed by the defense simply does not exist. Isn't this outfit like military? I suppose. What's it mean then? I do declare it means there's no issue with the gas thief's testimony. Not from the bit about thieving gas, obviously. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen of the jury, I do solemnly swear, after I did dine at Grubb's Grubbery Alehouse that night, not did pass my lips, but the black tea given me by the Japanese, whose back be stooped to slow his death. What did you dine? Why, I did partake of my favorites. A broth, as what's be called soup, and a leaf, as what's be called salad. But you gods will give us some faults to make us men. Willingly would I suffer what punishment 'tis seen feet to save a wicked thief of gas, but I pray ye wise and noble fellows never forget the simple truth. That be one thing, and this be another. Jurors all, your humble servant Shamspeare doth entreat you, punish the Japanese fellow for his sins. They have reached an agreement. Time to summation examination. You may be right. The waif there was making coins of ice to keep himself warm. This lawyer lad says if he's stealing gas, he deserves a dose of poison, eh? A dose of poison, eh? Kind of said it a little like Boyd Bunny. We just heard from the victim there. Let's open our eyes again. I already marked it yesterday, but let's mark it again today. Nipponese brand happened again. Jury is people we know. That one is kind of whatever. Jury declares guilty after 1 testimony. So far, we are well on track. You can't yet. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, state your decisions.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
Did they just not want to get more people for more voice lines? Surely they had the budget for it. For people to say guilty and not guilty a few times. Oh, happy day. The little dances he does. Oh, hello Raiders. How are you? Kinda Doug. What were you playing, Doug Dingus? Lost Judgment. I've seen you play that. I have no idea what the fuck it is though. Anyway, hello Raiders. I'm Gallium GG. I've been playing a marathon of all the Ace Attorney games, and I'm finally in the last game. I'm in game 10 out of 10. And it is case 2 of 5, I think, total. I think 5 total. It better be 5. If it's 6, I will cry. But yeah, thank you very much for raiding. If you gotta, you know, raid and run, whatever, go to the bathroom, drink some water, stretch a little, you know, stop shrimping. Francis starts his right with summation examination. This is the usual, by the way. This is the Ace Attorney special. So much so that I even made a checklist, and we are very steadily ticking it off. Which is Nipponese friend, because the prosecution is very racist. The jury is people we know, also true. And the jury declares a guilty verdict after one testimony, which has literally just happened. Learned friend is unable to accept the obvious truth. Yeah. Why did you think he is guilty? Let us review that. A man of logic, me. Having considered all the evidence, the defendant must logically be guilty. Gas is far too expensive. I can quite understand why the man would want to avoid paying. These are not reasons for anything. Stuff explodes and it can poison you. Absolutely lethal gases. Doesn't come for free. Costs a fortune to deliver it around the city and maintain the pipes. Tea my wife serves up for me is a little sketchy at times. These are all not fucking reasons. I swear, the first time we did a summation examination, they actually said the reasons why they thought the man was guilty. None of these are actual reasons. There's no other explanation. Okay, this one is the only one. And maybe the first guy who was like, I've heard the logical arguments and I'm a logical man. Logically, this must be it. That is all. That's some bullshit. Perhaps personal opinion about gas and its supplies influence decisions. Never mind. Never mind? No, yeah. My client, man. Mr. Shamspeare was poisoned. Yeah, he could have poisoned his own dang self. We need to establish the method by which Mr. Shamspeare was actually poisoned. Will be found guilty. Summation examination. Alright. Look at him fucking smirking in the background. Thinks he's all that. Yeah, having considered the evidence, he must be guilty. I'm gonna press on that because that's not enough reason. That's right. There's no room for doubt. It's all pointing to that Japanese man with a big mustache. Some new evidence to make him change his mind. We don't have that evidence. We'll find some evidence. Understand why the man would want to avoid praying. Yes, but how does that relate to why you think my client is guilty of murder? This isn't the time or the place to be discussing the price of gas, madam. Really, think of the injustice. Air is a gas, and air is free. Why should Altamont gas cost money? It makes my blood boil. Well, if it makes your blood boil, then your blood is a gas, and it should be free. So hand it over. I feel myself becoming more ruthless than ever. Yeah. Interject away. My fellow juror takes issue with the price our company charges for gas. It's precisely because of thieves like this, man, the cost goes up. What a beastly man. Unkempt mustache, those hunched shoulders, poisoning tea and stealing gas. Utterly, my client is not the one stealing gas. Anyway, I've quite made up my mind. It's as made up as the price of gas. These people... Yeah, why are we talking about that? Yeah, talk about the poison rather than the gas. Well, if you like. I mean, to be honest, I'd take poison over gas every time. What I mean is, poison can only poison you. Doesn't explode, does it? Goodness me, what are you talking about? Set him straight, please, lawyer man. Yeah. You'll find poison also can't light or heat up a room. There you go. Young lawyer man. You have a good head on your shoulders. We could use someone like you as our company's legal representative. I have an in, guys. I have an in with the baddie. I have an in with the baddie. That's all I need. Anyway, the point is, I haven't had the best experience with gas companies in the past. Okay. Can we stop talking about gas? There's an all-out attack underway here, in case you hadn't noticed, against my company's gas. She's really buzzing now. Yeah, because she's the queen bee, get it? Get it? Wonderful fuel is explosions and poisonings. What about electricity, huh? What about getting electrocuted? What about that? An explosion here and there is nothing in comparison. Gas thieves aren't even the worst of our enemies. We have far more devious reprobates to contend with on a daily basis, you know? Other gas companies, of course. Generate gas and we deliver it to our customers fair and square. There are other unscrupulous gas companies here in London that don't even have any gas at all. You wouldn't think it possible, would you? But they steal our gas and sell that. Gas companies like ours deliver gas to people's homes by a network of pipes. These devious reprobates disconnect our pipes and divert our gas into their own rotten pipes. Make a contract with a household supplied by those pipes. Take money for the precious gas that's rightfully ours without us even knowing. To collect the money from their meters, we always have to check whether or not one of these devious companies has been up to its tricks. Oh. He's like, oh, I do that. Oh my god, oh. This is the most fucking... This guy's such a rube. Look at him. He's such a dolt. Oh my god.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Sir? Something to say about that, juror number 3? You mean me? I'm terribly sorry. I was just thinking to myself. With the most golly gosh expression on your face ever. Yeah, thinking about the... I would think about what she was saying. Sure. Just got a little riled about it recently, you see. Okay. Altamont Gas Worker visited my house the other day to investigate the pipework. Need to ask for your cooperation while we carry out a secret check of your property, sir, the fellow said. I let him in. You know what he did? Proceeded to take one of my lights off the wall. He grabbed the exposed mouth of the pipe, started blowing into it. I literally called this? Are you crazy? I actually literally called this? What? I'm too fucking good. He's too good. I did I or did I not say? Rewind the VOD like 1 hour and 90 minutes. I said, didn't I say, unless what he is doing is he's removing the lamp from the wall and blowing into it to introduce air into the system, such that the place up above doesn't have gas to burn for like a short while and the pilot light goes off. That's exactly what dude. Am I too big brained? What the fuck? What do you think you're doing, young man? Giving away our company secrets here. Everybody knows. It was very nearly the death of me, I can tell you. Okay, if you don't mind. These unscrupulous other gas companies connect their customers to our pipe network. Yeah? There's gas in the pipes, and it's at a fairly low pressure. Blowing air, you can make the pressure drop temporarily. And if you do that, any lights connected to the same pipe will flicker for a moment. The lights under an adjacent property that has no contract with your company flicker. These devious scoundrels have been meddling with the pipes. Yeah. Reason why we have teams of workers going around neighborhoods to investigate which lights flicker. Particularly a worker who came to my house, didn't know the strength of his own breath, blew down the pipe with all his might. Every light in the house went off. Lights didn't just flicker, they went out. This... I wasn't slightly off on the technical details at all. At all, in fact. That is actually what I said. The first thing I said was like, is he turning on his gas like real quick to make the lights up top flicker? And I was like, no, I don't think that's it. Drop in pressure. By blowing into the pipe. Okay, yeah. But the key of it is he blew into the pipe. Which is crazy that I called that. Because I don't know shit about gas lamps. I didn't grow up with fucking gas lamps. It's crazy that I called that, okay? You gotta give that to me. That was really good of me. That was really good of me. I'm feeling really proud about that. And the kiosk also, it makes it so the other lights in the building don't have gas to burn for like a little bit, so the light goes off. I went out, along with the stove. Gas started pouring into the house. Yeah, must have been interrupted briefly. The man blew too hard, so the freaking flames went out. I yelled at the fellow. You're trying to kill us all, I said. I guess this is because of dirty mind and hand position. He was given that lamp the fucking craziest head of its life. He was glucking that lamp. Fuck, sorry. It's possible to extinguish lamps and stoves connected to the same network. Yeah, just silently seeps into the room. No. I think you guys are underestimating how fucking crazy it is that I called this shit. I solved the mystery. Am I Herlock Sholmes? I might be Herlock Sholmes. Defense requests you amend your statement to include that information. Yeah. Well, I do. It's widely known already, yeah. Juror number 3, amend your statement. Not really sure what the point of all this is. Too hot into a gas pipe, you extinguish everything in the house, and then you're in real trouble. Yeah. Uh-huh. Okay, what the fuck are you talking about? I mean, it's poisoned? That's right. It's happened a tidy few times now. Your wife's trying to poison you? It's always days like this one when I don't get any wages. I get in at tea time, see? I see her doing it, my wife. She gets that devilish look on her face and she slips some white powder into my cup. You drink it anyway. I was brought up proper, I was. Someone gives you a cuppa, you drink it. What did it taste like? It's god-awful, believe you me. Salty as hell. You just put salt in your tea. It's not great for, like, your kidneys, but you'll be alright. All I put in your tea was salt. Doesn't even care enough to poison me properly, eh? It's a prank. A prank. It's quite mean-spirited. It's bullying, really. There's no other explanation, is there? Of how he was poisoned? Fuck. I meant to press on him. Only way we shall overcome this by exposing the way in which Mr. Shamsphere was really poisoned. With gas, yeah. Yeah. We've done this. No, no need. I know how it works. I've done it already. Defendant must logically be guilty. I think I should be pitting this guy against there's no other explanation.
Objection.
Yeah. Juror number 6. Did you hear what juror number 3 just said? Probably not. What? Yes, of course. I heard him mumbling about something or other. Yeah, something besides Mr. Natsume's tea did, in a matter of speaking, pass the victim's lips. Air, my good fellow. The police checked the mouth of the gas pipe feeding the wall. See if there were any traces of poison there. Scotland Yard have enough to do without exploring such irrelevance. What a piece of work is a man. What speakest thou? Prithee, is it not strange and strange? That is what I say to thee, sir. Let me put it another way. Strychnine could have been on the mouth of the gas pipe that feeds the wall lamp in your room. That is how the poison came to enter your body. But who would have put it there? They're tasty then, gas pipes. Poor man was so desperately hungry, he had to fill his belly with gas. Kissing with him. Damn. For shame, madam, speaking thy fancy. I assure you I'm not such a buffoon I have to kiss pipes. No summation examination, it's a farce. It's illegal for the prosecution to speak during summation examination. Sit down and drink. I'll not stand for any more my learned Nipponese friend's conjecture. Be like, show evidence, yeah. The victim's room is high on the wall. Or to have placed his lips on the pipe. Have to be a contortionist. Empty assertions. There's a box right under it. I have no proof Mr. Shampspeare put his lips to the pipe. However, I can say with some certainty, multiple occasions, Shampspeare has been doing something in front of that lamp of his on the wall. Something. I have evidence to prove it. I'd like to see how you can be so sure, yeah. The photo with all the handprints.
Take that.
These are, what are they called? Skin prints, or found at the sin. This ministry is currently assessing whether or not to permit fingerprints as evidence in court. Yeah. Reveals all the places Mr. Shampspeare touched in his room. Who could invent something like this is the great Sholmes fellow. Engineering thumbs was quite fascinating. Okay, sure. On the table, on the costumes, yeah. Mr. Shampspeare also appears to have been touching some very unexpected places in his room. Here. Around the hanging picture, yeah. Could he have been appreciating the artwork, perhaps? Yeah, imagine standing with your hands where those prints are. Directly in front of the lamp. Reason why isn't immediately obvious. It's clear Mr. Shampspeare has regularly been standing with his hands to the wall in front of that lamp. You nut? You nut? Recall juror number 4's statement. You can blow into the pipes. Make the lights in the entire building flicker. And if you blow hard... Yeah. Caused all the lights in the gas stove to go out. Gas to start leaking into the rooms. An incident was an accident. However, the simple fact is... Were to have blown hard into the gas pipe here in his room, it would have extinguished every other light and gas stove in the building at will.
Objection.
I am exactly saying that. Knowledge the prosecution is required to remain silent. Okay. So you're required. So acknowledging it doesn't do shit. You're breaking the law, judge. Judge, contempt, judge, contempt of court him. Bailiff, whack his pee-pee. Out of disregard for the letter of the law. This curious photograph, or whatever it is, presented by the defense, so-called skin prints, with not admissible evidence, cannot be accepted as any form of usable evidence in this case. It's nothing. A mere toy developed by an amateur sleuth with too much time on his hands. Yes, but I'm appealing to the jury. I'm not appealing to the law. Cannot be recognized by the court as formal evidence. Yeah. It was not the defense's intention to submit the skin prints as formal evidence. Present the results of the detective's investigation as a tool by which to explain a possibility. If the trial were to come to an end now, we should never learn the truth behind these mysterious handprints everyone has now seen. Wow, she flipped them all. You're right. Whether those strange handprints are a significant clue or not, it's down to us to decide. Number 3. Number 2. Come on, my goat. Only them two? Come on, my goat. Bruce Fairplay. My king. What's the matter with you two? I was foolhardy. Oh, I did say it, didn't I? I don't like to break a promise. Another one. Okay, one more. Come on, Bruce. Come on, Brucey. Brucey boy. One more juror changes his or her mind. Trial will have to continue. He's sweating hard. What are you worried about, my boy? Continue, counsel. I will continue.
Hold it.
Can you say that, even with the evidence we have seen? Japanese man with a big mustache, yeah. What about the evidence we have already presented? The skin prints, yeah. Numerous handprints on the wall are clearly out of the ordinary. Mr. Sham spearhanded teeth put his mouth to the gas pipe on the night in question. Can't be denied there's a possibility that's where the poison was. Should pay no heed to unacceptable forms of evidence. And besides, even if the fellow has been up to some mischief with a gas pipe dozens of times before. When you say it that way, my good man, doesn't mean he got up to the same shenanigans on the night in question, does it? Yeah, I'm afraid I can't change my stance. Is she about to flip again? That's true. Yeah, it's time to prove you a theory. You and your Japanese cohorts can, that is. Okay. The night in question. Do I have supporting testimony? I mean, I have supporting testimony from my client. Exactly. I have supporting testimony from my client. I could do that. I can't prove it, and I can't present more evidence, but I have supporting testimony. I don't have evidence to support my theory, but there's witness testimony that substantiates it. Yeah, my clients.
Take that.
My client. talking about the defendant, Mr. Sosuke Natsume himself. I don't know if his testimony would be, approved, though. Beginning of the proceedings here in court yesterday, he said the following. Yeah, the ghosts, the spirits. Yeah. Even on that fateful night, it happened when I returned from Mr. Shamspeare's room. Lit my gas stove and climbed into bed. Before long, stove went out. Somebody tried to kill me. Was that a mere coincidence or not? Now hold your horses there. What do you do that for? Look at him sweating. We cannot allow judgment to be passed while this doubt remains. Indeed. I don't have conclusive evidence. However, you must surely agree. There's more to this case than meets the eye. Are you a true gentleman, Bruce Fairplay? Your name is Fairplay. Fair enough. I'm a man of logic, first and foremost. Nice. We have overturned the decision, therefore, the trial can continue. Thank you very much. Summation examination has concluded with the majority of jurors altering their decisions. Yep. Jurors' opinion is conflicted in accordance with the law. Hereby order the continuation of the trial. What say you in response to the various revelations made during the summation examination? So God mend me, I do solemnly swear, I recall aught of either the lamp or the pipe. How do you explain the handprints? He hadn't flipped from guilty to not guilty. Why is his chair white now? Dignity of this great courtroom has been sullied enough already, juror number 5. Oh, I could have sworn it was white earlier. Did I make it up? I'm into some paints to point out already. Print from the self-professed detective's toy has no place in the British court of law. So even if the prints are there, you can't use them. Whether or not this man did indeed stand before the gas lamp with his hands against the wall remains at this time an established conjecture.
Objection.
It's easy enough to test it, though. Just order the mouth of the gas pipe feeding that lamp to be examined. There are traces of poison there. It's on my Nipponese friend's mind. You will recall, in order to check for the presence of poison, some remnants of tea were required. Shouldn't be beyond your wit to imagine that even if poison were to have been spread on the pipe, it would have completely evaporated by now. Would it have evaporated? Strychnine? Unless strychnine is itself a liquid and not a suspension in a liquid, that doesn't just disappear into the air. It would just be resting on the pipe. You would just need to pour some liquid on there to get some in suspension and test it. That's how it works. What is strychnine? Let me look it up. Strychnine. It is, yeah, Wikipedia. A neurotoxin. Crystalline, alkaloid. Yeah. Swallowed or absorbed. Causes poisoning, which results in muscular convulsions, eventually death through asphyxia. Small doses to strengthen muscle contractions. Oh. In a performance-enhancing drug. Okay. Used as a performance-enhancing drug. Strychnine was. Well, what do you know? Failed to see what could possibly have motivated the man to do as you describe. Why on earth would this fellow have wanted to blow air into the gas pipework where he lived? To kill the man upstairs. I can think of. And that is to use the leaking gas to commit murder. To kill Sosuke Natsume. So he could go up into his unit. Whose life do you propose? Yeah. My man Sosuke Natsume. If a gas lamp were to go out, it would be noticed immediately, of course. The gas stove, on the other hand, could be silently extinguished by the killer without anyone noticing. Yeah, trying to sleep without the stove lit's pretty much suicide. You'd freeze to death. Has a large fireplace, so he doesn't use a stove overnight. It wasn't the landlord, but a fellow lodger whose life Mr. Shamspeare was trying to end. Of course, about the defendant. Natsume isn't the villain, he's the victim.
Objection!
Actually, the aggrieved, interesting. However, the fundamental facts of the case remain unchanged. Namely, the accused is the aggressor here. Let us indulge your fancies for a moment and assume there was indeed poison in the mouth of the gas pipe. The question that then arises is, who put it there? The only logical conclusion is the person responsible was aware of this man's trickery with the gas supply and his intent to kill. If the assailant were unaware, how would he or she have known to lace the end of the gas pipe with poison? How could anyone have known of Mr. Shamspeare's murderous designs? Naturally, the sole possible answer to that question could be more obvious. Only the man whose life was being threatened could possibly have known. Was it Olive? Could it have been Olive Green? Could it have been that the poison, she didn't actually just randomly find it in the hospital? She had it with her? And the key she has around her neck is actually the key, a copy of the key to that apartment at the bottom. She found out what happened, how her beloved was killed, and she tried to get revenge? Could it have been? I'm trying to think, like, people who might have known what he was doing. And the only 2 people jump out at me. Okay, 3 people jump out at me. Really. And we're gonna go through the people right now and try and work it out in our heads. Olive Green. Because her beloved was killed by this exact method. Her beloved was killed by this exact method. She probably has spent the past couple months thinking and thinking about it, rolling it around in her head, potentially spying on the guy, trying to figure out how it could have happened, how the gas pipes could have done that. And she might have figured it out, and then she was out to get him. She might have done it. Who else could have known? Well, the owner of the property, of course, because he pays such close attention to the flickering lines. It's not impossible to believe there could have been one night where Geradeb still had some lights on, and then they went out, and then he figured out what was going on. But would he have spread the poison, or would he just have, like, evicted him? You know, he has the power to do that. And then the third person I can think of is this man, because he was supervising him quite closely, presumably over the past week-ish plus. And reminder that he does have a motive for murder, because his salary was being docked a couple of shillings a day, was it? Which I don't know how much it amounts to, but I have to imagine it's a significant amount, because of his fuckery with the gas. So he might have seen he does this often. And so he just goes in, and while he's in there trying to do all this stuff with the coins, the man, Shamspeare is distracted for a second. He spreads the poison on there. And then when Shamspeare goes to do it again, he becomes poisoned and dies. And whether, whatever fuckery method Shamspeare was using to steal the gas, you don't need to figure it out if Shamspeare is dead. I could imagine this being what's going through his mind. Because he is, A, being personally affected, and B, he's a zealot for Altamont Gas, which is also being affected by his theft. I could see him feeling that he is, correct and right in doing it. So I have 3 potential suspects, and the more I've talked, the more at first I thought it could only be Olive Green, but the more I've talked, the more I feel like it could be this man. However, that does not explain how the poison ended up in the hospital. So I'm gonna go olive green, primary suspect. This guy is secondary suspect. In other words, the person who put the poison on the gas pipe in what was a clear retaliatory attack can only have been the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. He was nevertheless the victim of a potentially lethal poison attack. The only person who could possibly have perpetrated that attack is the accused, Mr. Natsume. Defense counsel's theorizing has failed to avert suspicion from the accused, far from it. Now that a clear motive for the poisoning has been successfully established, that suspicion is greater than ever. I mean, yeah, obviously Soseki Natsume is also a suspect, but we know he's innocent. We have that power because he's our client, and our clients are innocent. Unless they are Matt and Guard. Or I suppose we've had a second guilty client now, which was McGilded. Y'all better not flip to guilty again. I'll be mad. I'll be real mad. Yeah, chin up, man. This may be our last chance to gain the advantage. Chin up, man. You've got it. Those M names, can't trust them. Yeah. Seems somebody put poison on the gas pipe. So we must name that person now and absolve Mr. Natsume of guilt. If we fail to do that, I've no doubt Mr. Natsume's fate would be sealed. Are we going Mind Palace mode? One possible culprit does come to mind. The poison, pointing to a particular person now. I think it's olive green. Don't you worry. It might have been not that... Could have been that she didn't actually receive the letter. She just wrote the letter as a mock and lost the torn part of the envelope in there. Morgan Fay, but she was never our client. The true culprit? Yeah, second-rate novels featuring third-rate grad detectives, my Nipponese friend. You say that like I haven't been finding true culprits all over your face. This farce has gone on for so long already, I see no reason to cut it short before its disappointing climax. Not the first time I've heard that. My learned Nipponese friend, what is your latest theory? The true culprit. I'ma say olive green.
Take that!
Name of the person responsible for the poison that afflicted Mr. Shamspeare is, I believe, Miss Olive Green. The woman from 6 days ago who was stabbed. Incident for which Mr. Natsume was arrested, yeah. She was left comatose for some 3 days. I hear she regained consciousness 2 days ago. Mr. Shamspeare's poisoning took place 3 days ago. She appears to have a rather fine alibi. Well, she put the poison on there that day, but he didn't suck on the pipe until 2 nights ago. The face of it, it would seem she couldn't possibly be responsible, but... Yeah, we found her to be in possession of a bottle of poison. There is another fact that links Miss Green to this case as well. Request she be brought to the witness stand in order to explain the details to the court. Pray, by what be thy bidding? You acquainted with Miss Green? No, never heard of her. He's telling the truth. Yeah. I adhere to my word. Yeah. We'll see my learned Nipponese friends farce through to its conclusion. Thank you very much. Short recess. To be continued. I've been freaking breezing through this case. Oh, fuck. I literally said today, stream has been going so well lately, and I'm seeing a dip in connectivity. Let's chill the fuck out, stream. You want to reconnect? Maybe? You want to reconnect, maybe? Was that just like a little momentary hiccup? I don't know that it was. I think it's dipping back down. Ah, fuck. Okay, I'm gonna need y'all to keep a close eye, and if the stream drops, you gotta say something. Oh, it was your internet. Fuck, has it been doing stuff? Shit. Why are we doing this right now? I literally said today it's been going so well for so long. Reconvene in 1 hour. Court is adjourned. We're gonna hope it stays healthy. 15 minutes? No shot. I would have noticed. I think. That might have been your internet. Because if it had been pooping its pants for 15 minutes, I would have seen the numbers go bad. That might have actually genuinely been your internet, I think. I don't know. Has anyone else been seeing that? Has anyone else been seeing that? Has anyone else been seeing a poop in its pants stream? Certainly not on twitch.tv galliumgg/galliumgg. We don't have pooping pants streams over here. Get rid of stream lag or buffering. It's having little like hiccup moments, but it's mainly holding stable. So I'm gonna pray that it remains that way. Yeah, so pleased for you. No luck on judicial assistant, Miss Mikotoba. I keep forgetting her last name is Mikotoba. Finally, at long last, there can be proof. Proof I'm innocent, and proof my tea is innocent. Good morning, my dear fellows. Sherlock Sholmes. You drink my tepid tea and fall forever silent. The tea would kill Sholmes, apparently. Oh, Sholmes, you came. How wonderful. It thinks it's the finale. It is the whole game. Actually, maybe I shouldn't say it out loud, but the whole game is the finale of the marathon. It's the final game in the marathon. Now that I've said it, this stream's about to, like, drop. It's very nearly time for luncheon. Scorn is written clearly across your faces. He finally showed up. Finally deigned to show up. Truth is, I was determined today would be the day. Sleep seduced me last night, I thought. Tomorrow, for once, I shall not oversleep. I'll rise early and be present in court to support my companions. Such spirited determination has beauty all of its own, does it not? Then I began to muse on the subject. Why do people oversleep? I queried. Why, time after time, do they make the same foolish blunder? The answer came to me all at once. It's so delightfully simple. People oversleep because they sleep. And then he stayed up. The crossover with the Leighton guy. This has been brought up. I have my wonderful case of mystery bulging with video games, as you can see. And in here somewhere, I believe, indeed, there it is. Is it? It doesn't want to zoom in. Anyway, there it is. I own it. I played most of it once upon a time, but I've mainly forgotten it. I'm not playing it. 300 USD machine? What do you mean the 300 USD machine? What type of 3DS is that? It's an Apple 3DS, as you can see. My sister put this little sticker on it. It's one of them. A little glossy one. I've had it. Well, I mean, my sister had it for a long time, since I don't know, when did 3DSs come out? Since thereabouts. And then she didn't want it anymore, and she was like, "Do you want it?" And I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'll have a free 3DS, thank you." Backwards compatible with all my DS games that I owned. And so I took it, and I played it. But yes, I've already mentioned I'm not gonna play the crossover as part of this marathon. Well, I'm not gonna sell it. I still like it, and I still, you know, would buy 3DS games for it. In fact, not in chat right now, but like in the Discord or something, if you have like good 3DS recommendations, drop them. Because if I can find them used for like decent price, I like to bring my 3DS on like flights and stuff and play little games. And all of the games that I own I've pretty much played, or I don't want to play the latent crossover right now because that one I probably will play on stream at some point. Upon which realization, I attempted an experiment. I didn't sleep a wink all night. And the results... My first night, I was exhausted and began to be assailed by fits of drowsiness. The Layton Marathon would take even longer than the Ace Attorney Marathon, because I like to be a completionist with Layton video games. I like to solve every puzzle, and I like to not use any hints. So it takes me a while for some of them. So the conclusion of last night's experiment is this. Good night's sleep is quite simply essential. I currently like gaming recommendations. Yeah, I'll have them. You know, I'll play them in my own time. I'm not gonna put them on stream, but yeah, to play on my own time, I would like it. 999. That's the 9 people, 9 doors, 9 hours, whatever. Is that what it's called? I am familiar with the game. I feel like you might have recommended it, in fact. And then I looked it up, and the first photo on the Steam page was a girl with most of her titties out, and I was like, damn, I see why you like this game. One more thing. Do you remember this? Per bottle of poison. Yeah. Didn't manage to... It was a laborious task, but the bottle was near empty, but such inconveniences do not hinder Sholmes. Strychnine? Managed to confirm it contains strychnine. Perhaps, though of course such circumstantial evidence doesn't prove Miss Green's guilt. I shall leave the bottle in your care now, but licking the inside of the neck is not recommended. That rat really just smelled strychnine and lapped it up, huh? Gregson, how good of you to come. We'll get it. Wait a minute. What's going on? He comes back with the chips. Oh, I don't wish to make a nuisance of myself. Are you about to give me that box? I mean. The box you found under the... Yeah. Zero Escape. Yeah. That's like a saga. It's more Danganronpa-esque, though, isn't it? Than Ace Attorney-esque. If I could do that, life would be a whole lot simpler for me. Yeah. Not yet. Shouldn't be long now, though. I'm here about something else. The dead convict. Yeah, from the newspaper article. Selden. I went through the archives of the yard and dug out the fellow's file. Something in there that caught my eye. We're adding a lot of quotes today, isn't it? Today we've gone from like what? 153, I think? That was yesterday. Quote 154, starting today. No, that was yesterday as well. Quote 155. Yeah, there it is. Oh, man. Copied out the relevant parts for you. This man is a saint. Okay, stream is back to holding steady. I think it just decided to give me a little heart attack. Include the details in there. Oh, nice. Well, you're the ones who turned up the clue in the first place, aren't you? Just making sure things get handled in the proper fashion. Indeed, my dear fellows, and the inspector here is a shining diamond in its crown. If they put that in the frickin' stories, Gregson is being made chief of police. Shining diamond in its crown. Yeah, we have some fun quotes around here. Bailiff. Whack his pee-pee. Proceed to the courtroom at once. On it, sir. Not nodding off at all. Certainly not. I'm tired of seeing Mr. Mustache in floods of tears, personally, so best of luck to you. I'm gonna try to do a thing. I'm gonna try to turn the bailiff command into, like, exclamation point bailiff and then someone's name, and it will say whack blah blah blah's pee-pee, you know? And that way you can, like, you can do it a little, you can have a bit more fun with it. Like, if you don't add any names, it will just say whack his pee-pee. But if you add a name after it, it'll say whack blank's pee-pee. I like that idea. This is it. Miss Olive Green and Mr. William Shakespeare. Sorry, my bad. Gonna be the final battle. Maybe this man did take some strychnine. That's why he's freaking popping and locking all over the place. It's all coming to a head now. I can't believe how fucking hard I popped off with that deduction. The way that I was like, did he blow into that pipe to make the gas turn off in the other room? And that is exactly what he had done. For the recess, we heard the most startling accusation for the defense. Reckless, rash, and prejudiced charge of wrongdoing, in my opinion, my lord. However, you missed the poison on the pipe, though. Yeah, because that's crazy. Prosecution has tried to extend every courtesy to this amateur newcomer from dubious eastern shores. Thank you, that's me. I'm from the dubious eastern shores. People from New York be like... Rather cold assessment from the honorable British prosecutor, I must say. You witness present and ready to take the stand. Ready and waiting in the witness's antechamber, my lord? Alright, let's fucking do it then. Bailiff. Whack his pee-pee. Was she painting? I feel like she would be so fucking stressed out next to the guy she tried to kill. And who killed her fiance. Oh wait, I didn't read this. Let's read this. 18 counts of burglary, 6 counts of suspected murder. Died of natural causes whilst in prison. His final moments witnessed only by his cellmate. I know who his cellmate was. He told his cellmate where it was, and his cellmate was one William Shakespeare. Estimated 1,000 pounds worth of loot he stole remains unrecovered. Yeah, announced the death of convicted murderer. Selden, yeah, suffering with fever. Further with the shouts. Fellow cellmate. Medical staff arrived to find him already dead. I feel like this is... Is this also a Sherlock Holmes case? Like some treasure and... There's like a cellmate that knows where it is. Because I've definitely seen this done before. I don't know if they're doing like a trope that is known or if it is straight up a Sherlock Holmes thing. That I be a tragic victim to be pitied. To be PT'd. Physical therapied. Currently unemployed, in other words. I'm Olive Green. Fledgling artist. Well, no. Not a fledgling, really. Hopeless failure who's too weak-spirited to admit she has no talent, I suppose. I bet she's painting the Mona Lisa over here. Currently unemployed, in other words. We've got a couple of Discord moderators in the witness stand right now. I am thy humble servant. You're no longer merely the victim in this affair. Possibility has been raised. You're in fact the assailant, intent on taking the life of your fellow lodger. Would for naught else, my lord? Miss Green, you're aware of the reason you've been summoned to this courtroom today, I presume? Yes, the officer did explain. Said I poisoned this ridiculous buffoon. Do you accept the charge, Miss Green? I don't know anything about any poisoning. Did we have the bottle with confirmed strychnine? Glug, 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 glug. Never mind. Unless... Why the bottom of the bottle? Why the butt? Why the ass of the bottle? Interesting. Strychnine. Few remnants of the bottom. Oh, because there's a few remnants at the bottom. Mustn't be tempted to try. As long as we don't lose the trial. No, we mustn't lose the trial in the first place. Wait. Ryunosuke is funny as fuck. We'll just pour it all out like Giselle Brett. Alright. Come, lady. Die to live. Oh! What the hell? Who put that in the chat? Come, lady, die to live. What the hell? Verily, I know not thy prickly pea-pigmented personage. To ascertain whether or not Miss Green has any involvement in the affair. Yeah. Very strange indeed. Why would you suspect me? Rarely ever go to the East End anyway. So it happens I passed by that neighborhood 6 days ago, that's all. The night this man was poisoned, I was still in hospital fighting for my life. Yeah. It's such a funny crime photo, I'm sorry. She's just fucking there. I was struck in the middle of my back with a knife, through no fault of my own, and now I'm under suspicion. Other irrelevant things might I be suspected of. It's all very disturbing. All that appears to connect you with Shamspeare's loading is the Briar Road incident. That's why you have to testify about exactly what happened. Why were you there? Unfortunately, tell us all about it. Be interested to hear from you about your movements that day too, Mr. Shamspeare. But what happened 6 days ago has nothing to do with me being poisoned, isn't it? That's for me to decide. And for you to find out. Formal testimony. Let's bring it. "6 days ago, at about 5 p.m., I was walking along the storm, suddenly stabbed in the back. Not the paint on her cheek! Happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. Yeah. Tavern on the eve of which thou speakst, for I had bespoke my supper. It was the first time I'd been in the area. A little matter to attend to, that's all. Anyway, I was admitted straight to hospital, so I knew nothing about all this business. First time I'd been in the area, you say. I'm gonna press on that. This is a most unfortunate coincidence. It was the following morn, when I did awaken, that I learned of the dire events. Marry, what a commotion did the officers of the law make on the floor above mine. There's nothing connecting these two witnesses but happenstance, yeah. Yeah. It's pretty easily spotted. It's very much Much Ado About Nothing, Act 4, Scene 1. Oh. What the fuck does that mean? Though. Like, what the fuck does that mean, though? Die to live? I was stabbed in the back. Coincidentally, it happened to be. What were you doing over there? Yeah. What do you mean? Oh, it's cool you attend. Yes. Thorndyke Academy of Fine Arts. It's quite far. Yeah, some 10 stops away from the scene of the underground. Why then would you have been walking along Briar Road in the middle of East End? Because, oh, yes, of course. Thought it might make a nice picture. That's right, I happen to like the crumbling look of that part of town. Crumbling look. She's not going to be forthcoming with the truth, apparently. The evening, what were you doing? To my pleasure, sire. He was in, yeah. The tavern on the eve of which thou speakest of, for I had bespoke my supper. Wait. Oh. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Wait, I get it. The letter wasn't from him to her. It was from her to him. Because all that the letter said was like, I have information about the murder. Meet me at that tavern. It wasn't him writing to her. There's nothing specific about it. It's not saying I have information about your beloved. I have information about whatever. It just says I have information about the death that happened. So if it's from him to her, it would be baiting her out because she wants to know. If it's from her to him, it's like a blackmail thing, and he would want to go to that. So that's how you get him out of the house, so then you can go into the apartment and put the poison in. And that's why she has the envelope with the torn edge, and the other edge of the envelope is in the building. Presumably, when she visited the apartment, she took the letter so the evidence would not remain. That's my thinking. Yeah, that's my thinking. I had bespoke my supper. Yeah, whatever. We don't care about that, I think. First time I'd been in the area. Is that the case? What little matter, Miss Green? Please elaborate. It's nothing really. It's not worth mentioning. It is worth mentioning because I'm asking you. You mentioned it to us yesterday at the hospital. Yeah. Related to the card you were holding. I believe the card contained a note that read, I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Exactly. What does that matter? There's nothing to do with Duncan. There we go. There we go. There we go.
Excuse me.
Because you received that shit, not her. Dude, I'm too fucking good. To be fair, I have played every single Ace Attorney game in order. I've had the tropes and the bullshit baked into me. My brain patterns have been rewired. I can't do fucking chemistry anymore, but I can plot out an Ace Attorney case like that. I've forgotten where to put the apostrophes, but I know where this goes. To be or not to be, that is the question. Pray forgive me, the great Bard's word springeth from me within nearer thought. With nearer thought? Because you're possessed by a spirit, yeah, as he said. Seemed to make you think of something. Of relevance, perhaps? Well, nay, sire, it was nothing at all. You know the name, Duncan Ross. You were both lodgers in the same house. I would it were so, but sadly nay. Lodging be a lonely occupation, sire. My lodging fellows be rarely known to me. You haven't heard of him, even though he passed away in the room just one floor above yours. Yeah. card that was mentioned before containing the note. Can we have it? I do, yes. I don't need it anymore. In fact, should throw it away, really. Yeah. Court. Let's have it. Look at it a little more closer. Come on a little bit closer. Can I open it? Been ripped off rather carelessly, hasn't it? Yep. What is it? We've seen this shape. Indeed. The other half of the envelope. Try to match them up. Perfect match. Yep. Nice. Nice. Evidence updated for free. Beep, 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 beep. We can't read the inside. I suppose that's fine. Yeah, the actual content of the note doesn't matter so much as the fact that the envelope that she had was in the scene of the crime. Duncan Ross. Yeah, we know that. Was admitted straight to hospital. I knew nothing about all this business. Okay. Little matter to attend to, that's all. Is the matter related to the card?
Objection.
I suppose not. Wow. My bad. My bad. I knew nothing about all that. You knew nothing about it? Didn't regain consciousness until the day after. His hands clipping into the paper. It's one of the most prominent animations in the game, and his hands are clipping into the fucking paper. I'm gonna cry. So how could I have anything to do with it? Still haul me in a core like this, honestly. Witness was unconscious in her hospital bed. Oh, shoot. Hello, Raiders. How's it going? You're playing Celeste. I know that. We hack, we back, we raid. How are you, Raiders? Welcome. I'm Gallium GG. I've been playing every single Ace Attorney game in order, and we're finally in the last game. Game 10 out of 10. Raid message. I appreciate that. I appreciate that from you. I appreciate the candor. What would be my repost to that? Raid message. Welcome spiel. Hello. How are you? Hey, Hack. Give me some science news. Yet, in spite of that, claim I was the culprit. Well, yeah. Because the thing is, she put the poison on the pipe. So when he would blow on it, sorry, the case is complicated. You gotta get used to it. We're in the last game. This shit's getting hats on hats at this point. But she put poison on the pipe so he would blow on it. But because she was stabbed and he was considered the culprit, he was away, which means he had no reason to blow on the pipe until he was back, and he wasn't back until last night, which is when she awakened. BRB, y'all. Yeah, of course. If you need to go somewhere, of course, I understand and I appreciate you. Haven't produced any evidence to support your wild claim, have you? None at all. My learned Nipponese friend. Okay. We're really up against the wall. Okay. Yeah, it worked out well, hasn't it? New clue. Well, try to develop that, yeah. You know, let's press the other two messages we haven't really pressed yet. Yeah. Sorry you had to go through that. Oh, it was awful. Can't believe I was unconscious for so long. Woke up to find the case had been solved and the culprit arrested. Yes. I suppose so. Thank you. Okay. What happened exactly? Trouble is, there's nothing to tell, really. I was just walking along the pavement. Okay. Happened to be just outside the house where the men in this case have their lodgings. Coincidentally, Would I present the envelope here?
Objection.
No. I'm getting too ahead of myself. I'm trying to find contradictions where they don't exist. I'm gonna press on the guy's statement because I haven't done that yet. I was at the tavern.
Hold it.
Why were you at the tavern? Which one? Twas the slug and salad, where did Terry? 'Tis a jewel in the East End. Uh-huh. Little unexpected, because you don't have any money to be paying for gas or rent. What are you doing at a tavern? I was unusually fine dining for the locality, at least. Not an establishment you'd expect to be patronized by a man with not even a crumb of bread in his room. Yep. Menu lists premium crusts of bread. Crusts of bread? Glasses of water in different levels of cloudiness. Oh my, the height of fine dining. Grub's grubbery in the local vicinity to be more appropriate for your means. Watery soup and mushy peas, or rather, soupy water and pea-like mush. I just want to try some water in a different pub for once. What's wrong with that? There's a more plausible explanation, yeah. Yeah, we're slightly suspicious. Yeah, we have evidence. The letter. On the day in question, is it not the case you visited a Slug and Salad, place you don't normally patronize for a very particular reason? His little dances. Where does his stick go when he does the little dance? Very well. I will present the court with evidence. Present the court with evidence. Namely... Pachoo, pachoo, pachow.
Take that.
This card reveals the answer. That's right, my lord. It reads... I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Bride Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. Your actions in the afternoon are exactly as described in this note. Find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Can I say something? It's like, yeah, I'm the one that received that letter, not him. That card was delivered to me. No, it wasn't. Doesn't have anything to do with this odd man, does it? But it wasn't. It was delivered to him from you. I'd like to make something very clear about that card. Oh god, what'd you like to make clear about that card then? You little menace. Include details about the peculiar note. Yeah, tell us about it. It was delivered to me at my address. Nothing to do with the odd man next to me. In fact, it does.
Objection.
Day before the incident, exactly 1 week ago now, this note was delivered to your address. On carry on the instructions in the note, you find yourself in hospital. That's exactly what you're saying. It is terrible, but it's a lie. Because the other end of the envelope was found at the crime scene. Have a look at this, please. You chat, have a look at this, please. It matches perfectly. Torn off end of an envelope. So happens it fits together perfectly with the envelope of the note you described. It does, chat. It really does. They're not lying about that. Where'd you find that? In Mr. Shakespeare's room. In my room? In your room? Do you perhaps remember this note from somewhere? Well... Follow the instructions in the note to the letter. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Let me ask you again, Mr. Shakespeare. You knew about this note, didn't you? But you didn't write it. You're the one that received it from her. You, Miss Green. This torn off end of the envelope proves... The note was originally in Mr. Shakespeare's room. How is it that it came to be in your possession? I don't have the first idea. Just a fledgling artist, after all. I don't know. You broke at Mr. Shakespeare's room and stole it. You did what? Sorry, that has what? You broke? I mean, that were in my room. I like that he's kind of breaking that way. What on earth do you want with me? What on earth does she want with him? That's a good question, isn't it? Both witnesses need to testify, because it was all a bag of lies. Actually, his was not a lie. Hers was, though. Yes. Once you have the court's sympathy, I'm sure, for the suffering you have endured in recent events. Anyone found to be giving false testimony in a court of law will be duly punished. I know. She looked so dejected. I feel so bad for her. It's okay, baby girl. He's a bad man. You can kill him. I'll allow it. Do you remember now? 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, the note was delivered unto me. Day writ therein, I did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, on the evening I shared the company of the Japanese fellow, I did see the note had vanished. I don't know what you mean. You think I snuck into this man's room, do you? Why would I? Point out the villain here. As for that torn off piece of the envelope, I don't know anything about it. Okay. I'm gonna press her parts of the statement first. Faith, 'tis so, my lord. I would swear to have set it upon the table in my humble lodgings, yet 'tis clear to me now that since I returned from the tavern that night, I have not laid eyes upon it. A lie? Is that what you think? How unfair of you to think I'm the one lying. I'm just a fledgling artist, as I said, and fledgling artists don't lie. That note was delivered to me at my address, besides. We all know who the liar around here is. How do you explain the torn off piece of envelope at the scene of the crime? I don't see why I should explain. I'm a fledgling artist. My job here is just to say what happened, that's all. It's your job to give the explanations and the proofs. You, the fledgling lawyer. Well, yeah, but that's why I'm asking you, why it's there. I learned friend's cross-examination is our only hope of learning the truth. Yeah, apparently. I'm ready, my lord. Oh yeah, we're gonna get him. We're gonna get him good. Did break into Mr. Shakespeare's room, indeed. She wrote the letter to drive him away and broke in. That key around her neck is probably the key to his place, which is crazy to just be flaunting it. Do you remember now? 'Twas a week ago, peradventure, note delivered unto me. Did tarry a long hour at the slug and salad, yet nobody came. Thereafter, in the evening, I shared the company of the Japanese fellow. I did see the note had vanished. There we go. Why would I? Alright, let's start pressing on that. She is the suspicious one. Actually delivered to Mr. Shakespeare about 1 week ago. Oh, does it? Some reason it ended up in your possession. Can't think of any way that could have happened except for you breaking Mr. Shakespeare's lodgings. For what reason would the witness have done that? To place the poison. 'Tis her involvement in this case can be proven some other way. Any further pursuit of this note is meaningless. Other reason she... I know the reason. Why would I? Let's present either the poison or this photo. I'm gonna go ahead and present the poison.
Objection.
Yeah. Because the poison is the more evident link. The poison that she had. The bottle of poison she had was strychnine. Cusco's bottle of poison with strychnine. But yeah, because if we presented the guy right now, that kind of shows nothing. They'd be like, who the fuck is this guy? Why would the fact that your fiance used to live upstairs from him link to anything? Though the contents spilt during the course of our meeting, a small quantity remained. According to the defense's independent analysis, Liquid that was still in the bottle was identified as strychnine. The very same poison. That is why you went in there. You broke into this man's lodgings for one reason and one reason alone. To cover the end of the pipe that feeds the gas lamp in Mr. Shakespeare's room with poison. Sorry. I love his look right now. He's like, you fucking what, mate? You broke into my room to... May seem incredible to the court. From the remaining clues, there is only one logical conclusion we can reach. The person who attempted to take Mr. Shakespeare's life with poison was Miss Olive Green. Dearie me. Damn. She fell hard. Oh, whoa, don't look. She kind of built like a muffin. She got the little frilly cover at the bottom. She's suggesting this woman put poison on the end of the gas pipe with intent to kill. That is indeed what I'm suggesting. It indeed set this odious trap 6 days ago, and the victim had put his mouth to the pipe that very evening as expected. Attempted murder would have happened 6 days ago, surely. Well, no, because the intended victim was not in his apartment. He would not had no reason to, yeah. There was a significant police presence in the area, yeah. Local residents were being interviewed throughout the night, yeah. Would likely have chosen not to carry out any wrongdoing at that time. He's helping me out. There was no more activity at Mr. Shakespeare's address. Being arrested, so there was no reason. Shakespeare was meddling with the gas in the pipe for a very sinister reason, to cause the gas stove in Mr. Natsume's room to go out, asphyxiating the occupant. Yeah. There was no reason to blow air into the gas pipe. Exactly. So, poison on the pipe lay dormant until such time as Mr. Natsume was released. Which took place here at the Old Bailey, came to an end. He was proven innocent. Yeah. Resulted in Mr. Natsume returning to his lodgings for the first time in 2 days. His gas stove mysteriously went out, and Mr. Shakespeare was mysteriously poisoned. Poison that was present on the mouth of the gas pipe, but there in the victim's room some 4 days earlier. And it just sat there like a sleeper. Oh my god, she's in such a tall box, this girl. A new understanding becomes clear. This letter was all part of the plan. Get him out of the house. Yeah, give instructions to visit the Slug and Salad at 5 o'clock. The lodger would not be at home at this stated time. While you were out, Miss Green could safely slip into your room, knowing that she wouldn't be disturbed. Was written by Miss Green to get you out of the house, as I've been saying. With the mouth of the gas pipe in your room. Just who are you? Why'd you try to kill me? We know who she is and why. It's all tied up with someone whose name we've heard several times already during the course of the trial. The previous tenant who died. Duncan Ross. Of the defendant, Mr. Natsume took up residence in the lodging of Mr. Garadeb. Somebody else was renting the room. Wait, what's the pun with Duncan Ross? Now that I think about it. Okay, his hair is a bob style, so Bob Ross. I get that, if that's anything. Maybe I'm reading too far into it. But Duncan? Duncan Ross? I don't get that. all over the papers a month ago. Man died in strange circumstances in the haunted lodgings. He died of gas asphyxiation, if you will recall. Sadly, my lord, it wasn't a curse of any kind, nor was it an accident. Died as a result of Mr. Shamspeare blowing into the gas pipe and causing the gas to leak into his room. It was murder, plain and simple. Oh, what do you know? The world is so unfair. Curses, curious deaths. That's all people care about. If it's an interesting story, they want to know. It doesn't cross their minds that real people are involved. Which is, I will say, one of my main freaking gripes with true crime bullshit. Other true crime girlies with their podcasts. There's real people involved. Once they're bored, just once a month later, once the story's lost its appeal, everyone's forgotten him. Duncan was. Mr. Ross was Miss Green's fiancé. Yeah, you may not have known who she really was. She's the fiancé of the man you killed. Because you, her sworn enemy, the murderer who took the life of the man she was to marry. Yeah. Is it not the case? In order to exact revenge on Mr. Shamspeare, you smeared poison over the end of the gas pipe. I thought she really would have been painting something. It would have been kind of cute if she had been. Correct in my understanding, you can now accuse both parties. Well, she tried to kill him, and he tried to kill Natsume, and he did kill Duncan Ross. Each on different counts of murder. Well, she didn't kill anyone. She tried to kill him, attempted murder. He has one count of attempted murder and one count of actual murder that we know of. Yes, my lord, that's correct.
Objection!
It appears my fledgling learned friend has taken in a lungful of dubious gas that's causing his judgment to be clouded. Why would Mr. Shamspeare have wanted to kill these lodges as you say? You have completely failed to provide a motive to substantiate your accusation against the man. Because of the 1,000-pound treasure. His lies, all lies, I deny every utterance. You have to forgive me, Mr. Naruhodosa. I don't intend to admit to anything either. Sure, you'll think I'm being very rude, but I'm not going to be sent to the gallows for the likes of this scoundrel. I like how her paintbrush and her little mixing thing become a sword and shield in this pose. She's finally combative. That's kind of cute. Sherlock Holmes stories, but his name could also be referenced to both King Duncan and Ross from Shakespeare's play Macbeth. Oh.
Objection!
So Bob Ross, not at all. I just made that shit up. If you didn't do it to smear poison on the pipe, what was your reason? I thought I'd have a look around, that's all. You're right, I suspected him. Thought perhaps I might find some evidence or something in his room. Evidence? It was him who took Duncan's life. Oh vileness, oh villainy, oh tyranny, oh rotundity of woman. In any case, whene'er I leave my room, I do turn the key in the lock. All places falling apart. Locks on the doors are no different. Duncan showed me once how to unlock the door with some terps and a piece of wire. Oh awfulness, oh artfulness, oh tyranny, oh profanity of woman. Yeah. What did you find? Well, I spotted the note I'd sent him lying on the floor. When I went to pick it up, I noticed something. One of the floorboards was loose, and underneath it, I discovered a secret hiding place. Yeah, we also discovered that. Newspaper cutting, a photograph, and an empty tin box. Well, the thing is, when I found it, the tin box wasn't empty. Oh, what was in it? Yes. This key. This rather nice key. The key to the 1,000-pound location, whatever it is. What are you doing with that? He reacted so strongly. Give it here. Give it to me now. It's mine. I inherited it. Inherited it from your cellmate who died. No, yeah. It was obviously important to you since you'd gone to such lengths to hide it, so I took it. I don't know what it's for, but you took something precious from me, so I took something precious from you. What if that means you can open something now? I don't care. We're back this minute. Give it to me. Wow. He's going really hardcore. Definitely it opens whatever the 1,000 pounds is in. Yeah. His motive for doing so is the key to everything. And I have the motive. Considering everything we now know, I think there is actually something that could explain it. He hasn't double slapped himself yet, so things can't be too bad. Yeah, evidence to support your claim. What does he say can explain the motivation for the crimes? The bundle with everything. Capital offender. An official police report, is it not? Sure is. Selden. Selden? I'm picking you the fuck apart, man. Now sadly deceased Mr. Ross and the defendant Mr. Natsume have only one thing linking them. They had lodgings in the same room. It was formerly occupied by Selden, until he was arrested by Scotland Yard for his involvement with multiple burglaries. So happens, the convicted Selden left behind one very substantial mystery when he died. 1,000 pounds worth of loot somewhere. Coming back to me now. It's all written here. Seems that one particular fellow inmate was with the convict in his final moments. Not hard to imagine Selden entrusting that inmate with the most closely guarded secret. The location of the stolen loot, and perhaps a key to unlock whatever container the valuables were in. This key indeed. Shamspeare was you. You were at the capital offender's side when he died. That should be pretty easy to prove. Name of the inmate who was with Selden at his death isn't noted in this file. Simple telegram to the prison where he died would quickly tell us how false the charge really is, yeah. Pretty easy enough to prove. Why would the man be so intent on killing every subsequent occupant of the convict's lodgings? That's where the money is. It was in that very room Selden hid his loot. It all comes out. All of Mr. Shamspeare's subsequent actions start to make sense. He kills the people in there. Yeah. He made immediately for Mr. Garrideb's lodgings in the hope of renting Selden's old room. The retired army man was unable to offer him the accommodation because there was already a man living there. Duncan Ross was living there. Shamspeare subsequently devised his gas-based plot to kill the occupant of the room. And then he intended to inquire about switching to a newly vacant room, but the same day Natsume moved in. Certain jittery someone had beaten him to it. You decided to use the ploy with the gas again, didn't you? To oust Mr. Natsume. To get your hands on the 1,000 pounds of loot left behind by the dead convict. Oh. I expecting to have like a big theatrical death moment. Looks like I'm gonna snuff it before they get to stretch me neck. Oh, that's the dead guy. Listen, I want you to have me loot. Anything to stop the cops getting it. It's in the room where I was lodging when they got me. Yeah. This is the key to it. Take it. Always stay one step ahead, mate. See you in hell, I guess. Shamspeare. What was he in prison for? mine. It's mine. That loot is mine. Whoa. Whoa. He's gone full crazy. It's all lies. I don't accept any of it. Why should I? After all, you don't have a shred of evidence. You can't prove I killed that fellow. Forsooth, I'm the victim here, remember? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? Everyone's so fucking shook right now. If I don't admit to it, there's nothing you can do. You can't arrest me. For the time being, anyway. Verily, you can't arrest the victim, can you? Isn't that right, ladies and gentlemen? I'm so close. I just need a few more hours. Swore to myself I'd get my hands on it. And I can almost taste it now. Do you really think I'd just give up? This man is crazy is what he is. Yeah. However hard you press him, he'll never admit to what he's done. One way I can finish him. Find the loot first, yeah. Were it not for the fact the police thoroughly searched the room following the death of Mr. Ross. Must be very well hidden indeed. Some way we could find the convict's loot quickly. Sholmes's skin print bullshit, I suppose. In that room. Something that can help us find where that loot is hidden. Yeah. Defense would like to make a proposal about how to find the late convict's hidden loot. We're already in possession of something that can give us a clue as to its whereabouts. I'm a little lost here as to what exactly they want. Oh yeah, it's the skin. Yeah, the skin prints then. What do you suppose we can use? Skin prints.
Take that!
Those are Mr. Shamspeare's handprints on the wall to his lodgings. Suppose this is a result of the defense's independent investigation of the scene. The skin prints. Is that some kind of joke? You really think I'm going to be daunted by a man with such a ridiculous title? I think the great bard ought to recognize such a title when he hears one, Mr. Shamspeare. There he is. Perhaps we should compete for the honor of most ridiculous title. 'Tis Herlock Sholmes himself, indeed. Filthy back streets of the capital, are they not? Ah, Mr. Reaper, it's been too long. Be your complexion as was since we last met. He knows him enough to fucking rib him. You may be heralded as a great detective by the population at large. That does not give you the right to come and go in my courtroom as you see fit. Mr. Sholmes' newly developed scientific method has helped us to uncover vital clues in this case already. Skin prints, my lord. Method identifies every location touched by an individual under scrutiny. The method by which we were able to ascertain this gentleman's gas pipe activities. Need only a small sample of something the individual has previously touched to make an indicator solution. In your case, sir, use the teacup you had been holding. Elementary. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, what am I to use as a sample to make the indicator solution this time? The key on Olive. Olive Green's key. Achievement here? Well, I think I already missed it. I think I must have missed it already. Sag. Not yet. I could fail this, I suppose. I could fail this and then present evidence. I'm assuming the achievement is presenting evidence. Also, but I also... It's not like I've been doing achievements left and right on this. Yeah, I'm just gonna go with the obvious here. I'm not trying to... I could go for the achievement, but I'm not too bothered about it.
Take that!
That key around your neck. Key around your neck, if you please. Key belonged to Selden, which means he touched it. Remnants of secretions from the man's skin on its surface that we can use. Indeed. That is the sample we need. Using it, we can create the indicator solution required for Mr. Sholmes' skin print seeker. Find out exactly what Selden... I don't know why I'm giving him a British accent all of a sudden. What Selden touched in the room that he used to rent. Assure you, if the late convict's haul is hidden somewhere in his former lodgings, I shall uncover it in no more than 30 minutes. You will never get your hands on Selden's stolen wealth. In that case, I'll gladly let Mr. Sholmes have this key. Detective shot. Have it. Too late. You're out of options now. There's only one thing left for you to do. Admit your guilt. You're not getting the money. Whoa. Oh, shameful spear. Despair. Be thy name. Wow. Truly a stage death. I expecting him to have like a more proper like you know, left and right and all around. I never intended to kill the man. I just wanted to drive him out of that room. That's all. After you'd killed a young man, you still didn't move into the room. I asked the landlord, of course. I pleaded with him, but he refused. I was 3 months behind with the rent, for one thing. And he had the gas repair work done immediately afterwards, putting the room out of action for a while. And then this Japanese man swooped in at just the right moment to sign the new lease. Then 5 days ago, after the incident on Briar Road, when the Japanese fellow got himself arrested, thought I'd finally have my chance, but it wasn't to be. And then he was arrested. I couldn't even enter the room, let alone search for the loot. The day Mr. Natsume was acquitted and returned to his room, you tried your trick. Unbeknownst to you, that action would lead you into a deadly trap. But because the poison had been there for some 3 to 4 days already, it probably lost a bit of action. It probably degraded a little, which is why you didn't end up dead. You just comatose for a bit. Expired poison. William Shamspeare. How does it go? To be or not to be? That is the question. From Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 1. Let me tell you, in your case, it's not to be. That is the answer. You deserve to die for what you've done. Big sigh. But yeah, I agree. First, I really did think it was just a terrible accident. I'll never forget our conversation the night before Duncan died. Gas supply in my new lodgings are a complete disaster, you know, Olive. Gas supply? Yes, the stove always seems to go out in the middle of the night for some reason. That's no joke. They say it's the convict's curse. Oh, Duncan, please, don't stay there. I don't care how cheap it is. Alright then, if it's that important to you, I'll start looking for a new place. There's spare rooms at my house. Why don't you leave that horrible room tonight? No, I better not. We said we'd wait until we'd graduated before we told our parents, remember? That was the last time we ever spoke. That very night, he fell victim to the gas. If only I'd known it was going to happen, I've insisted he left that horrible room that instant. Instead, all I've been left with is bitter regret. Stopped going to school, but something kept drawing me back to the house on Briar Road. I saw a stooped, Eastern-looking man with a mustache coming out of the house one day when I was there. He walked up the road to Grubb's Grubbery for some food, so I followed him, sat myself down next to him. He had some water-looking soup and started to pick at a quarrel with the publican. That place is cursed, I tell you, cursed. The ghost of that convict who used to live there is trying to suffocate me. I wake up in the middle of the night freezing to death because the stove has gone out. The room is full of gas and I can hardly breathe. And the pipes have been checked, no problem there. It's like I'm the problem. That's what they're thinking. But how could that be? Duncan was gone and now this man had almost suffered the same fate. Could it really be a curse? I do not think so. Then I remembered a rumor I'd heard about how the gas companies go around investigating the gas installations. Blowing into, yeah. Everybody's heard the stories, it seems, about how they go around checking the pipes. Anything connected to the gas can be extinguished, yeah. That's when it started. A little flicker of doubt in the back of my mind. That just wouldn't go away. Was it really an accident, though? Was it really an accident, though? Once I'd had the idea, it wouldn't leave me alone. It plagued me day and night. So I bought this at one of the black markets in the East End. I'd never been. I just heard people talk about them. You can really buy anything you can think of there. Some ways, being able to get my hands on this so easily made me even more determined to find out one way or another. Was Duncan's death an accident, or was it murder? Simple but highly effective. Smear poison on the pipe, and if he died, it's because he was blowing into it. Yeah, if he was innocent, nothing would come of what you'd done. If he was guilty, he would pay and die. Found out the name of the man I suspected, William Shamspeare. Then I wrote him this little note. I have information regarding the death of Duncan Ross. Come to the Slug and Salad on Briar Road at 5 p.m. on the 17th. Don't tell anybody else about this letter or the meeting. It is a matter of utmost importance. If he'd done it, I knew that would worry him enough, so he'd be sure to go. So I waited to see if it worked. And he went. I worked out where the gas pipe was straight away. This made a good amount of the poison I'd bought all around the mouth of the pipe. All the time praying the devil's work wouldn't be done, that it was all just some wild fantasy. Actually, no. All the time praying the devil's work would be done. That culprit would get his just desserts. That it wasn't an accident, that someone did take him from you and you had justifiably someone to be mad at. Yeah, I get that. I get that. You wanted someone to be upset with. Because it makes more sense when you're in grief to have someone to be mad at. Rather than just being mad at the nebulous universe for being unfair. 3 days ago, when you were first stood in the dock before me, this whole affair seemed relatively straightforward. Yes, my lord. Certainly never imagined the depths of depravity we should be subsequently find lurking behind the scenes. Yeah, it's been a long road, my Nipponese friend. It has been. One I certainly didn't envisage walking with you. Nevertheless, together we have reached the light at the end of the tunnel, as it were. Miss Green, you will henceforth be stripped of your freedom as punishment for the attempted murder of Mr. William Shamspeare. Yes, I know. You, Mr. Shamspeare, you'll be tried for the murder of Duncan Ross in cold blood, and the subsequent attempted murder of Mr. Soseki Natsume here present. What's up? Yesterday at the hospital, when your defense stopped me from, yeah, killing yourself. From any. Don't say it out loud. I wasn't myself. Can't even really remember what was going through my mind. To be or not to be, I suppose. That's a question that's so hard to answer, it seems. Personally, I'm glad of your being here, Miss Green. I'd like to believe if it's a blessing Mr. Shamsford didn't die when he ingested the poison. For your sake, at the very least, yeah. Aw. Because of you, I chose life, not death. Yeah, it did. Otherwise, the poison woulda hit day of instead of sitting there for like 3 days. Yeah. Now you've made the truth come out at last. Really, I can't thank you enough. Yes, my lord. Court declares you are exonerated from all blame in this matter. Accordingly, I would call upon the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to present a verdict of not guilty. All right. In that case, I hereby declare the defendant. He's only gone and done it again. He's only gone and... Oh my god, my left shoulder. Purdy. What the hell? He's only gone and done it again. Oh, terribly sorry. Man, I just showed you the whole freaking orifice, huh? That's the worst word I could have chosen to say. I didn't want to say mouth for some reason, but orifice is not the word, is not the word. Oh, man. I need to get a haircut pretty badly. I'm starting to look a little helmety these days. Yet again. Oh, yes, yes, at last. Divine justice duly done. Divine justice, my dear fellow? If there were any divine justice in this world, you would shave that mustache. No, this has nothing to do with my mustache. Luxuriant mustache is a sign of physical prowess, Mr. Holmes. Welcome, student Mr. Naruto Esquire. Once again, you've saved me from doom. Congratulations on your acquittal. Again. I was first acquainted with and gained affection for English literature was in our great homeland empire. And then, by a twist of fate, I was brought to the land that bore the fruit of that literature. Only, the city of bricks and mortar became my prison. Try as I might, I never found my feet here. In the end, I confined myself to my room and lived life through friendly old books. It was not great. But a week ago now, dragged you out of that dark and dingy room of yours, did I not? You did, and I've seen more of life in this week than in all of my years to date. And for the first time, I feel I've begun to see the true face of the English that's so far been hiding from me behind the wall of fog. There's nothing special about the true face of the English, as you put it. Whatsoever one goes in the world, humans are human. There are few genuine differences. Yes, I think you're right. I finally started to see that, and I've come to understand something. I've worked out why I was attracted to English literature in the first place. It made me see, whatever our nationality, we humans all have the same hopes and fears. We're all just doing our best to live. Made a decision to. I'm going to cut short my study tour here and return to Japan. Yeah, what a terrible shame. Oh, I know, that does tug at my heartstrings, it really does, but I've decided I'd like to take everything I've learned here in Britain and write something of my own. A novel of sorts, I suppose. You're creating your own literature, yeah. Oh, well, no, I mean, I wouldn't presume to call it literature. The first pose he made was like the little cat pose. The very nyan kind of pose. I can't believe I said that out loud. And that is precisely the definition, Mr. Mustache. I suppose you're right, yes. It will, in a way, be literature. As of now, all I know is I'd like to try my hand at writing. I have no delusions of grandeur. That's nice. It may be for the best. After all, you have once again emerged victorious from a battle with the Reaper. Yeah, time to get the fuck out of here. There's no salvation for a person in the dock when the Reaper's the prosecutor. Desire to return post-haste to the perceived safety of your homeland is one I quite understand. My goodness, yes, faced with such terrifying prospect. Nobody would consider that cowardly, I'm sure. You good, man? But that's not why I'm leaving. I mean it. Aw, he objecting. That's cute. He's got his own objections. That was the case we found ourselves embroiled in 6 months ago now. Did indeed return to Japan and submit a report about both cases, at which point Mikotoba Yujin is his name? Tusato's father talked to him. Professor Mikotoba was prompted to visit the scholar. Barely any time later, Susato-san was given the news she must return to Japan. Tricked her daughter into coming back, yeah. What happened after the trial the following day? Oh, we uncovered the loot. What was in the loot? What was in the loot? Okay. Do we get to uncover it? How simply marvelous of you to uncover the secret hiding place in just one day. As I believe I told you, my dear fellows, skin prints are extremely useful in such situations. Wouldn't you agree, Gregson? Greg has been happily munching in agreement with this whole time, you know, Hully? Yeah. Happily. Nah, he's eating happily, I think. Transpires, the man fashioned a hiding place in the ceiling. What is in it? Yeah. Let us look then, if you're ready. Let's examine the late burglar's hall. What is that? A bloody collar with a bee on it. Now, a collar with bee on it? The Hound of the Baskervilles? Is my immediate thought. That is actually not my immediate thought. I have to confess. My immediate thought was like, this is Baroque's collar because it has the bee on it. That man likes to wear a little collar and there's blood all over it. Collar? It's huge though. Look at the gemstone set in it, yeah. It is on the inside there. There's some dark stains. In fact, it's blood. It could be blood, do you? I mean, they are quite red. Perhaps I won't have it as a belt. Yeah. There's this emblem. Large letter B in a small crown. Baskervilles. What does this signify? Oh, I hadn't noticed that. I feel as though I've seen that emblem somewhere before, you know? Where could it have been? That's enough of that, I think. Yep, the Baskervilles for sure. He's gone very serious. Well, Inspector, I believe you ought to be taking this, aren't you? Could be valuable evidence, after all. Must be kept safely under lock and key. Get your grabby hands off of that, you lot. Hand it over now. Yes, sir. Definitely the Baskervilles, I would say. Everything seems to be very tied to Baskervilles, etc. Yeah, extremely valuable. Not once I've noticed it. Yeah, the blood. Blood stains on the color of the Baskervilles dog. Well, that was a funny case, wasn't it? It's all buttoned up now. I am, because I was starting to wonder what I could use as the basis of this month's story in the magazine. This case will be perfect. It's been so fascinating. But then, yeah, Mystery of the Knife in the Mist, and the Mustached Man, and the Convict's Curse, perhaps. Make it a two-part story. He's gonna be like, no. A word, please, Iris. What is it, Hurley? Nope. Can't write about this case. It's out of the question. Well, why not? It's a great case. I shall have to insist you limit yourself to the first of your two titles. The second must never be written. Is that clear? First one can be written.
So it was that the second of Souseki-san's cases became buried in obscurity. Now, looking back, I feel I understand. I can see why Mr. Sholmes forbade Iris from publishing the story.
Now.
It would take a little longer before I saw the link between everything that had happened and would happen. For it wasn't until 2 months after the arrival of Susato-san's letter that events began to unfurl again, with an incident that took place at the very heart of the eagerly awaited Great Exhibition of London.
Great Exhibition's coming into play, as we have been saying. As we have been saying, haven't we? The end. Wow. Honestly, I felt really badass doing this case, because I feel like I got a lot of it right from the beginning. There were some minor deviations. It was very much a logic and deduction spectacular type thing, where I was mainly on the right track, but there were a couple of things that needed to change. Like, that was not the key to that guy's apartment. It was the key to the treasure, etc., etc. But I got it mainly right from the start. So having that strong backbone to build the case out of helped a lot. And I think that can only really happen when a mystery is well written and well presented. So I think this case so far is one of my favorites, just on account of the fact that everything was presented in a way that was comprehensive, but still held quite a bit of mystery. Allowed me to make a lot of mostly right deductions, which I think is what really keeps a detective game alive. So they did a good job there. Again, the puzzles were never very challenging, because when the moment for each of the revelations arrived, it was very easy to get there, because it was like, there's only one person that comes to mind, and there's only one motive, you know, like it's very clear. They really lead you to water for each of those, as I have been saying. But it's, oh, I just noticed the investigation saves have Sholmes, and the trial saves have Ryunosuke. That's pretty cool. Yeah. I'm going to make a decision that there will be no stream tomorrow, sadly, because I have a big project due Friday night, and I want to get the bulk of it done tomorrow, so I can actually push to, like, continue doing regular streams. I'm gonna do bulk of the work for that tomorrow, and then I can, you know, do the remainder here and there, sprinkle it through until we're done. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say no stream tomorrow. We're back Wednesday for regularly scheduled at around 6 p.m. ish. If anything changes, it'll be on the Discord, which, you know, if you want to join and if you want to follow, so you are notified when it happens, then yeah, that would be pretty cool. In the meantime, I've been Gallium GG. Let's see whom's be around to be raiding too. Don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. I'll kill you. I'll blow into your gas pipes, okay? You think I won't? I fucking will. I'm crazy, man. I'm crazy like that. Who do we have that is live? Rock says the Oathkeeper playing Pokemon? It's a Soul Link. Wow. I've never seen or participated in a Soul Link, really. So that could be fun. Yeah. All right. Yeah, drop a follow if you want to see more. I've been Gallium GG, and I will see you next time. Bye bye.